Good morning, everybody. Let us call this meeting to order. Clerk, please call the roll.
Chavez,
I said it. Present.
McCann.
Present.
Could you speak into the mic?
Present.
Thank you. Donovan,
Here. Here.
Goebel,
Here.
Leiva Gonzalez,
Here.
Dillard,
Here.
Gastel,
Here.
Bush is absent. Frank,
Here.
Montgomery Stepp is absent. Elo Rivera is absent. Gloria.
Here.
Whitburn,
Here.
Hall,
Here.
and Vargas is absent. Chair, we have a quorum.
Thank you. Clerk, do we have any public comment?
We do. We have several. Fausta Surpasa, please make your way to the podium.
Good morning. My name is Fausto Surposa. I've been a bus operator for the past 24 years for Transdev South Bay. I'm here today to speak about the lack of available restrooms on some routes. I was faced with this situation in my current weekly assignment. I began driving from my point of departure, which is the trolley station at 4:30 a.m. as a 929 heading northbound to downtown, specifically 12th and Imperial. I arrived at about 5:26 a.m. and there are no restrooms or facilities available for me. For the next 2 weeks, I would retain the urges of using the restroom until I reached the original point of departure, which is a little bit over an hour. Not only is this painful in many ways, medically and psychologically, I reached out many times to management with no success. On the second week, I required medical attention and ended up in the hospital with a possible urine infection and a very severe lower abdomen pain due to my urine retention. The company provides a list of restrooms and facilities that we supposedly can use. What the company does not take in consideration is that some of these facilities do not have hours of operations that align with ours. One example is the Corner Bakery downtown San Diego on Broadway and First. Here, in this bathroom, in this bathroom is the bathroom listed for use for the 901 route. The first 901 departs there at 5:08 a.m., but the Corner Bakery opens at 7 a.m. So we can see the bathroom, but we can't use it. Once again, it leaves the driver with no available restroom. To conclude, I speak for all my fellow coworkers. We would like to be treated fair and to have what any other employee in any job field has, the ability to use the restroom when needed. Thank you and have a great day.
Jose Puga, please make your way to the podium.
Good morning. My name is Jose Puga. I'm the business agent that represents obviously Fausto and the two other individuals that are going to perform public comment. I'm here to notify that we've been on strike since 2 days ago. We started at 4 p.m. We extended today to the Al Cajon facility, and we intend to extend to this facility here, including with the IBW support. We're also, now that we joined the San Diego and Imperial Counties Labor Council, we're also going to be reaching out to any other unions in full support. And the problem that we have here that it revolves around is the ability that Transdev, the contractor, has with scheduling. All these problems come from the run cut, the way they schedule the breaks, how long they schedule the unpaid breaks, how long they schedule the unpaid split times, where do they schedule these breaks, where do they schedule these split times, and obviously it becomes an issue when they don't have access to restrooms or no restrooms or no shelter or place for them to take their meal periods, protected from the elements, whether it's water, cold, or heat. We shouldn't be bargaining over these items with the contractor that you chose to, employ these members of the community. This is something that every employer needs to provide in the state of California. So why do we find ourselves negotiating for something that shouldn't be negotiated? It should already be provided to the backbone of the transit industry. And one thing that would fix that would be that the way the RFP process goes about it is incorrect. You guys should have any and all contractors that are interested in going through the RFP process open, negotiate, and ratify the labor agreements. That way we know what the cost of the labor is going to be as far as wages, medical contributions, pension contributions, and then it won't be a race to the bottom to see who's going to be the cheapest contractor in this place, transit. Because then they turn around and they squeeze profit out of every contract. And that's obviously what we can see here. We have ATU, our brothers and sisters, and us Teamster 683 that work in the same building, clocking in the same machine, yet my members pay about $400 for medical and ATU members pay $950 for medical.
30 seconds left.
Where is that money going? It's going to the contractor. So that's just one way they cut corners. Obviously, scheduling to their monetary benefit and favor, that's another way that they schedule by making a bus stop a rest area. Making a transit location that has no restrooms or has no shelter to be considered a meal break area. That's another way they cut corners. So potentially, just like we are on strike here for one contract out of the 5 that we
Your
represent,
time has expired.
at the end of the day, we can be sitting here in the same situation at the end of the year for our maintenance contracts. We need to avoid this. Thank you for your time.
Eric Molina, please make your way to the podium.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. My name is Eric Molina. So today I'm gonna talk about description of the portable party restrooms. So the use of portable restrooms has become a conflict to all bus operators. The hazards to which we have been exposed are extremely dangerous. By using portable restrooms, we're putting our health and safety at risk, and we are not doing the right thing for our environment as well. Our goal is to stop putting bus operators and their health at risk, and also to protect our environment. So we're exposing our health by breathing waste fumes, and which is more dangerous when it's so when the temperatures increase, the fumes increase more because we're inside a cubicle. So we're breathing all the waste fumes. Also, we're exposed to hazards, which majority of the times our porta potties have been broken into. So portable restrooms are exposed to the open with no barricade. Basically, our porta potties are just in the middle of a parking lot, no barricade, heavy equipment are driven around them. So we're at risk to getting impact. Our environmental hazards are to the times when portable parties are tipped over and some of the spills are not picked up. So our goal is to build a park. So our goal is to build up on the end. So our goal here, sorry for I'm a little nervous. So our goal right here is to build the structure because we're all at risk. As a husband, I please ask we could build a restroom for us. So only MTS personnel should have access by code or key fob. Thank you for your time.
Nicholas Lambury, please make your way to the podium.
Good afternoon. My name is Nicholas Lambury. I live in Imperial Beach. I've been at Transdev for the past 4 years. Today, I would like to talk about the importance of having shelters for our lunch areas. Many people might underestimate the impact of having a designated space to take a lunch. However, research has shown that taking regular breaks throughout the workday can increase productivity and overall well-being. With that said, it is essential to have comfortable places to take our break, especially during lunchtime. Not having an adequate shelter space for lunch can lead to a few challenges. For instance, without designated areas to take our lunches or breaks, employees may end up eating lunch in their buses or relief cars, which can lead to reduced productivity and increased stress level. Eating in the bus can also lead to hygienic issues. Furthermore, several studies have shown that giving employees a relaxing environment to take their lunch break can have a tremendous impact on their overall well-being. Employees can recharge, refuel during their lunchtime by socializing with others, practicing mindfulness, and simply taking some time off their work duties. All these benefits can lead to increased satisfaction at work, less stress, and better work-life balance. Lastly, having a sheltered space for lunch can be a brilliant idea during weather conditions. Employees may need to take shelter during thunderstorms or extreme temperatures. Additionally, it can help keep the employees protected from the sun, cold temperatures when taking breaks outside. In conclusion, having shelters for our lunch is vital. These shelters help maximize productivity, maintain good hygiene, and promote employees' well-being. They encourage socializing, mindfulness, and provided a dedicated space to recharge during work time. MTS should consider the importance of providing employees with a shelter space for lunch to improve their working conditions and overall satisfaction. Thank you for listening.
Nate Failman, please make your way to the podium.
Good morning, Nate Fairman from IBW 465, representing 3,000 utility workers, including 250 employees right here at MTS. We represent 200 bus mechanics and maintenance workers across the street at 12th and Imperial and at the Kearney Mesa division. We also represent flaggers on the trolley side. I have two items this morning. Number one, our 200 mechanics had their benefit pension plans taken away around the same time Measure B was passed in the city. In 2012, all new hires after 2012 no longer have pensions. They have a 401k style retirement plan that in no way provides them security in retirement. If the premise to taking our pensions away was following suit with the city in the Measure B rhetoric, now that the court has nullified Measure B, would it not make sense to do the same here with your own MTS employees and bring back the pension? What we are proposing is using our 200 transit mechanics as a pilot to see how approximately 50% of our members are still in the pension plan and another 50% in the last 10 years who've been hired are in the new 401k style plan. That narrows it down to about 100 employees. We can start there and understand the financial impact on the agency and then grow it by scale. We start negotiations with Jeff Stembo and his team behind me for our contract in 2024. So maybe March of the next year is when we're going to start these conversations. But what we're calling on MTS and staff to do right now is start studying the impact and preparation for our proposal to bring back the pensions for our hardworking mechanics. It's the right thing to do. It's reasonable to expect the same treatment of city workers following the Measure B debacle. And I want to give a shout out to Councilmember Vivian Moreno, who's been continuing to ask these questions and keep this conversation alive. Issue number two, look, you have to help settle the strike with our Teamsters Local 683. Transdev is a bad actor. They're being a bad actor. MTS is contracting out critical services to them, and we need to hold them to account. What they're doing is unacceptable. Transdev has terminated 296 union Teamsters in the past 16 months. What the hell is going on? That should be red flags. The retention issue is worse than we have with our mechanics and our bus drivers. It's worse. What the hell is really going on? That's any issues that they have with pay and benefits can absolutely be addressed by MTS. You hold the contract with Transdev, talk to them, and please make it happen. Finally, the issue with our Transdev Teamster siblings with restroom access, that's out of control. Like 26 locations either don't have restrooms or don't have access to restrooms or having issues with that. That is unacceptable. That needs to be fixed. Please take immediate action on that. That's completely unacceptable. In closing, our Teamsters 683, like our brother said, is now back in the Labor Council. We're building a bigger, stronger, more diverse movement. That's awesome. But their strike is sanctioned by the AFL-CIO. And if it comes to our facilities, we are going to have difficult conversations with our members and our attorneys about their legal rights to cross a picket line or not cross a picket line. Please, we don't want to get there. Please, can we start having these meetings and start talking to Transdev and settle this issue now? Thank you very much.
Gretchen Newsom, please unmute yourself now.
Good morning, Gretchen Newsom of IBW Local 569. Just want to show some solidarity and support for the comments that have already been given this morning. But I'm also here today on behalf of the Let's Go San Diego campaign, also known as the campaign to help fund our regional transportation plan. And our measure is focused on transportation improvements that will make commutes easier for all of San Diego County. That includes expanded transit with a rail connection to the airport, improved service on trolleys and buses, and affordable fares for seniors, youth, and the disabled. There's funding for road repairs and safety in every community in the county. and critical safety upgrades to fix aging bridges and rail lines in danger of collapse. This initiative will move the entire region forward and improve everyone's quality of life with equity while mitigating harm. And I'd like to share a brief statement from our campaign. Over the past few years, a historic coalition of citizens, labor and businesses, Democrats and Republicans, climate advocates, and local communities came together to secure a better transportation future that San Diego County deserves. And we're deeply grateful for the broad and ongoing support. We just recently, on Friday, our coalition filed our urgently needed transportation initiative for the 2024 ballot, and we will restart signature gathering next month, June. We will not waver in our commitment to secure the essential transportation improvements San Diego needs, and having carefully managed our funds, our campaign retains $1.3 million to qualify the measure for 2024. We are incredibly grateful for the strong support we have received, and we look forward to broadening our coalition throughout the year, including with many of yourselves. So let's go San Diego. Thank you.
The original DRA, please unmute yourself now.
First, I'd like to know why you guys don't have a video going on. I'd also like to know how many of you guys biked to this meeting, and you're going to be biking all day since that is a bike day today. It's very disturbing to hear all of those employees talk about the conditions of their work environment and not being able to use a restroom, causing them health issues. That is disturbing to know that they have to come and beg and plead to you just for a restroom when they're working for you. You guys are contracting with these people and you're not even providing them with the simple things that you have in the building there, which is a restroom that you can go to at any point. I mean, hearing a man say that he's like, has issues from holding his urine for so long. I mean, it's like, I feel like you guys would offer a depends or something and you would be like, well, here, this is to mitigate the problem. I don't feel like you take it that seriously. I mean, we're spending money on things like solar trash cans, and we can't even provide restrooms that, you know, are conducive to people just being able to use them at any time. And, you know, you want people to use this kind of transit and walk and bike. But if you don't leave anybody room to go to the restroom, I mean, are you just going to want them to go on the street? I mean, because I feel like at that point, instead of having a health issue, you need to relieve yourself and not just hold it because your employer is incompetent to providing the things that are necessary in human life. So, you know, just a little bit ridiculous to continually hear people say this, to know that they're on strikes for things, you know, that you could mitigate, and we spend millions and millions and millions of dollars on things that don't provide stuff like this. Like, that should be something that you immediately spend money on, that you immediately contract and provide for these people. Instead, we're doing bullshit things that don't really matter, that are protecting the climate, all while you're making the people suffer. I mean, do you guys think about that? Or do you just, you know, think about the money you get paid and don't really care about the people that come in and have to deal with this? Like, at any point, you guys could get up and go to the bathroom. And where's the rest of the board anyway? You guys are supposed to be deciding on a chair and you can't even show up. We pay you to show up. It's ridiculous. When are you guys going to take this seriously and actually do something for the people instead of just destroying everything that you touch? Get a grip.
That concludes public comment.
Thank you, clerk, and thank you to everybody who provided public comment this morning. Item number 3 is the chairperson and board leadership election. The vacancy in the chair position was created by former Chair Fletcher's resignation. Election of a chair takes a 2/3 vote of the board. Upon election of a chair, we will then elect other vacant board leadership positions as necessary. Clerk, do we have any public comment on this item?
We do. Phone number ending in 8731. Please dial *6 to unmute yourself.
Hey, truth everyone. With my friend Nora still not here to swing the vote. I don't know how my prediction after the last MTS meeting of Patricia Dillard is going to come true. Being a rookie to the game, she'll be easier to manipulate. And being from La Mesa makes it sound like she'll represent the smaller cities. So it's an easy sell for suckers who don't realize that she's been endorsed by a bunch of people and entities that aim to destroy the public's transit options. Plus, let's be real. She checks a bunch of quota boxes, and those same entities that are obsessed with stupid labels and categories love it. Sad but true. While us real Americans and decent human beings, judged by one's content of character, just like Martin Luther King Jr. said. And that's why I would still recommend Steve Goebel for the job, if anyone, because Steve actually listens and considers other people's perspectives like a real representative should. He's also a numbers expert from what I understand. And it's about time that some real minority opinions be given a chance to be amplified a little more around here for once. Stephen Whitburn, most likely remaining at the helm for a bit, is unfortunate. Nothing personal, Stephen, because I do appreciate that you tend to listen during public comments at city council meetings. But you didn't do anything the whole time disgraced narcissist Nathan Fletcher had his escapades, while people like Sean, who can't even show up, allegedly had a creepy stare. Standing up to sexual predators is a requirement of anyone in a position of leadership, as well as timely dealing with issues that arise within MTS. And the city of San Diego already has 4 representatives on this board, which is why public transportation is an inefficient, unreliable, and expensive failure, especially outside of the city limits. So I'm still for dissolving the MTS board entirely, right along with the elimination of Sandag. It's like defunding the police, except nobody gets hurt. We actually get safer and save a lot of money. But of course, the weighted vote guarantees a skewed result in this election in favor of the county and the city of San Diego's wishes. Complete corrupt business as usual. We the people have come to expect these things, though. I would hope my prediction ends up being wrong and that an experienced leader would be picked amongst 2 board members. If not, then like I said, I'm ready for dissolution and defunding. You can just put the concept of MTS right on those trolley tracks and we can see what happens. There you go. There's my opinion. That's it.
Edwin Barrios, please make your way to the podium.
Are you asking me to speak?
Did you say Kelvin Barrios?
Yeah.
Right? Okay, just want to make sure. Morning, board. It's been a while. Hope everyone's having a good morning. Really glad to be here today. My name is Kelvin Barrios. I am the Director of Government Affairs for Laborers Local 89. We represent about 4,000 construction workers here in San Diego County. We're part of the building trades. We're affiliated with the Labor Council. Did want to say we support the Teamsters and their efforts and what's going on with them. You know, we're thankful for Stephen Whitburn for the comments you have made on that end, and really hope that the board can take a little bit more hands-on approach. I know it's not your employees, but it's still your contractor. I'm here to speak today in support of Councilmember Whitburn for chair. I believe there was an attempt to get this done last month. Really hope it goes smoothly this month. We're thankful for your leadership. You know, we have noticed that MTS has had a little bit of a rough ride the last few months. And Stephen Whitburn, you have taken a step up and, you know, shown some leadership here. Mainly, you know, really want to commend the effort to really have a true transparent investigation on what went on, and really hope that the board, you know, once they get those results, take action from that. And we do trust that you will, you know, really look at that very closely. You know, really thankful for the rest of the board on that end as well. Transparency is very important. You know, we really need to make sure this agency remains, you know, well respected. We're, as far as like a labor union on the outside, we do a lot of polling, and we're part of the coalition on the Sandag measure, and we have looked at an MTS, you know, has hit a little nick in recent polling because of some of the issues, and we do believe that this board can turn that around. If today you do elect Councilmember Whitburn as chair, that would create a vacancy for the vice chair role. It is our opinion from Laborers Local 89 that this board elect Steve Goble as vice chair. He was the one that received the second highest amount of votes, and it would really, create a good synergy among the board, having two, veterans that know how the agency functions. And this budget is a complicated process. It's not easy. I understand that. Used to help out my old boss when Georgette was here around that stuff. And I think that's kind of it. Public comment is really long, just saying. I could talk for like another minute, I'll bet. But again, thank you. Hope everybody has a good day. Hope we get some good business done today. And again, Kelvin Barrios with Laborers Local 89.
The original DRA, please unmute yourself now.
Man, everyone's holding these people up on a pedestal that are engaging in the same BS as Nathan. I mean, Stephen, you are in a lawsuit that is dealing with very similar things, and you did nothing about it at your own house. And people are acting like after 2 months of you pretending to go and do an investigation to give you pats on the back. It's very disturbing. You guys are, it's ridiculous, the incompetence and the complicitness you guys have in the corruption going on, and you act like you don't have your hand in it. You're all engaging in the same stuff, and these people are like, oh my gosh, we need to pick this person because they're so great, and he's doing an investigation. 2 months after the fact, they already knew about it, and you guys didn't do anything. Your hand was forced to do it because it came out into the public. None of you should be on this board, a part of a board. None of you should be chair. And the fact that you're even like sitting here going like, who's going to be chair, even though most of the board is gone? You should be showing the board on this Zoom meeting. I don't know why you have a stupid picture of this MTS, but you don't want people to see what's going on in there, right? But how are you going to pick a chairman when all these people are gone? Or is it just the right number to put in exactly who you want? Huh, Whitburn? Are you going to be the one that they pick and then they got to pick another vice chair? It's so disgusting, the things that you guys engage in and act like you are so superior, and you put yourselves on these pedestals. You guys just stink like rottenness. I mean, it's horrible. And you just act like you're so great, and you do such great things. I mean, you got employees coming in saying like, we can't even go to the bathroom. How many of you have gone to the bathroom since you've been there? Huh? I suggest you all start holding it until you get bathrooms for these people. You need to start holding it all day until you have a urinary tract infection. Okay. And then maybe you'll want to do something about it, right? Because it affects you. Everything you guys do is evil. It's very sad. And you just sit up there and gloat and act like we're just so great. We do this for the people. Oh, gold stars all around. Gold stars, and you know where that gets you. A ticket to hell. So keep doing it. And you guys are just, you're sending yourself
30
straight to a
seconds left.
fiery pit.
That concludes public comment.
Thank you, clerk, and thank you to our public commenters this morning. We will take nominations from the floor, and nominations for the position of chair are now open. Member Gastel.
I'd like to nominate Stephen Whitburn for the position as chair for the remainder of this term and for the next term starting in January.
Thank you, Member Gastel. We have a nomination of
I'll
Stephen
second that.
Whitburn for chair. We have a second by Member Hall. Do we have any other nominations for chair? Member Dillard.
No, just an announcement.
Okay, please go forward.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. I really appreciate being asked to be chair of MTS. And I want to thank the board members who voted for me last month, who encouraged me and supported me. I especially want to say thank you to Councilman Vivian Marino, who nominated me. Thank you so much for believing in me on the board and outside of the board. I also want to thank my fellow Republican board members. Thank you for taking my calls, returning my calls, and spending time out of your busy day to listen to me. And hopefully you got to get to know me and you. I appreciate your kindness and your professionalism. And lastly, I want to thank the Honorable Council Member Stephen Whitburn. Thank you for coming to me quietly in your own way and reminding me that you wanted to continue to work with me in my efforts to help MTS. I think it shows leadership, and it is a very gracious thing for you to do, and I thank you for that. With that said, Chair, I would like to remove my name from nomination for chair and let all the board members vote so we can get on with the business of supporting MTS and our own represented cities and constituents. With that information, please, thank you, Chair. I yield back.
Well, thank you very much, Member Dillard. And the feeling is certainly mutual on my behalf, and I think broadly mutual, and very grateful for the conversations we've had and the contributions you've made. So thank you very much. Do we have any other nominations for chair? Seeing no further nominations for chair, then nominations are closed. Is there any board discussion before we go to a vote? Seeing no board discussion, the motion before us is to elect Stephen Whitburn for the position of chair for the remainder of this calendar year and for the next term beginning January 1st, 2024. Clerk, please call the roll.
Chavez? Chavez, yes. McCann?
McCann, yes.
Donovan?
Yes.
Vargas is absent. Goebel?
Goebel, yes.
Leyba Gonzalez?
Leyba Gonzalez, yes.
Dillard?
Abstain.
Gaston?
Yes.
Bush?
Bush, no.
Frank?
Yes.
Montgomery Step is absent. Elo Rivera is absent. Gloria?
Aye.
Whitburn?
Yes.
Hall?
Yes.
The motion passes with 10 members voting yes, 1 member voting no, 1 abstention, and 3 absences.
Thank you. And thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to the board. I take this responsibility very seriously. We have a lot of important work to do here at MTS, and I'm very much looking forward to doing it together with everybody on this board. Well, that creates a vacancy in the vice chair position, so we will now hold an election for vice chair. Election of a vice chair takes a majority vote of the members present. We will now take nominations from the floor. Nominations for the position of vice chair are now open. Member McCann.
Yes, I would like to nominate Steve Goebel. I think Steve has been a veteran of this. He has incredible financial skills, and he truly cares about MTS and the riders. Therefore, I move to support and nominate Steve Goebel for the remainder of this term and the following year's term for vice chair. So moved.
And I'll second that.
Thank you very much. We have a motion from Member McCann and a second from Member Hall. Do we have any other nominations for vice chair? Seeing no further nominations for vice chair, nominations for vice chair are closed. Do we have any further discussion on the position of vice chair? Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is to elect Steve Goebel to the position of vice chair for the remainder of this calendar year and for the next term beginning January 1st, 2024. Clerk, please call the roll.
Chavez?
Chavez, yes.
McCann?
McCann, yes.
Donovan?
Donovan, yes.
Vargas is absent. Goebel?
Yes.
Leyba Gonzalez?
Leyba Gonzalez, yes.
Dillard?
Abstain.
Gaston?
Yes.
Bush?
Bush, yes.
Frank?
Yes.
Montgomery Step is absent and Elo Rivera is absent. Gloria?
Aye.
Whitburn?
Yes.
Hall?
Yes.
The motion passes with 11 members voting yes, 1 abstention and 3 absences.
Thank you very much, Clerk. Congratulations, Vice Chair Goebel. All right, thank you very much to the board. That concludes our business on item 3. We will now move on to our consent items, which are items 4 through 14. Clerk, is there any public comment on the consent items?
I'm gonna make a motion to approve those items.
All right, we have a motion to approve the consent items. Is there
Second.
a second from Member McCann? Is there any public comment on the consent items?
We do. Phone number in 3731. Please dial *6 to unmute yourself.
Okay, it's truth. Item number 4, the minutes were very well described and were the most accurate minutes I've ever read. Shout out to staff. Item 5 is an over $3.8 million contract with Wabtec for the Charlie Green Line Imperial Terminal upgrades. $15,000 was spent just on travel expenses. Something interesting about Wabtec is that in 2021, they worked with Carnegie University to develop a train that runs on flammable lithium batteries. Can you imagine that train crash? Item 6, for over $882,000, the building at 1501 National Avenue will be demolished. Bye-bye Jolly Trolley building. Oh, let's see. There's a little demolition boom. The scary thing about these buildings is that they sound a lot like the situation of the World Trade Center towers circa 2001, full of asbestos and lead. What better way to avoid financial liabilities than with a demolition, of course? This item says that combining the 2 parcels at National Avenue will create an opportunity for future transit-oriented development. Translation: more UN approved, ugly, sustainable, gray, stack and pack, prison block housing projects that nobody wants. Item 7 is 15 legal services contracts being increased by over $2.6 million. Perhaps this is yet another bill that Sean's idol, Nathan Fletcher, should be footing. Item 8, MTS is selling 10 natural gas buses to Santa Cruz for a measly $90,000. But at least they're not giving these trolleys away for free like they did with 39 trolleys to Argentina last year. Item 9 is $233.5 million in MTS investments. That's right, they're a business. $14.7 million is even American Destruction Plan Act debt dollars left over from 2021. Item 11 is over $2 million being spent on 7 minibuses that are propane powered. Wait a minute, that's not electric. Good. Those investments were in the wrong size buses since day 1, though. Item 12 is an internal audit report on travel expense claims. Argue that if any of you board members made trips using a private vehicle, then you're not owed a dime of the people's money. I think we could reimburse you for public transit costs only. These board members get travel covered up to $500. Higher amounts can be approved by the CEO. In fact, 2 trips costing over $4,000 each were approved last year. And as far as meals, the day I get my meals reimbursed for speaking is the day you guys should have your meals paid for, please. Item 14, I don't recommend that MTS continue to work with DHS's Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency because the DHS has engaged in things like interfering in Georgia's digital elections, so they can't be trusted with security. But I do like Taufik's phrase, anemic organizational responses. I feel like that describes a lot of the lack of representation
Your
we
time
the
has
people.
expired. The original DRA, please unmute yourself now.
Yes. Man, you guys. Okay, so number 5, your maintenance agreement. Yeah, the hope is that you're going to actually put in things that are going to be helpful for your employees, like these restrooms when you're spending so much money. And the demolition, again, yeah, that what is that going to do? I don't understand how you guys always, exempt it under, the environment when there's a reason why these buildings get demolished in the first place. And that doesn't leave the environment with good quality. So it's very strange, but hopefully, the upgrade of what you are going to put in there isn't going to take 100 years, and increase legal services. Yeah, that's it's evident as to why that is, but it's just interesting because we, the people, have to pay for the shenanigans that you guys get yourselves in, right? So the money comes from us and we have to, mitigate that for you when it should actually come out of your own pockets. And then the sale of the 10 buses, it's like, I don't remember what I was going to actually say on that. So the sole source procurement contract, you shouldn't be doing sole source procurements. That's something that you should be putting out more offers for different things. And again, these propane powered buses, like Truth was saying, I mean, they're not electric, but again, you guys don't want to go to electric because even if we have all electric, we still have to stop driving. And so then I wonder, when you're saying that the people have to stop driving, does that mean that there won't be public transit anymore? Or does that, I don't know, it's a little bit confusing. And then your internal audits, I like that they're internal, because then you guys can make sure that you can, get away with a lot of stuff, and things like travel, or like, your food and different things. That's ridiculous that you guys get to, have that taken care of when, people don't even have restrooms. It's pretty ridiculous. And then information technology security. There is no security in technology because everything is
30
hackable.
seconds left.
And you guys know that, but that's why we want to put everything into a centralized location, right? When you can't even keep, I mean, what was Von Wilpert saying that the hacking up in the city is up 2000%. So are you really engaging with people that are going to keep it from happening? Because if it's DHS, you're not going to.
That concludes public comment.
Thank you, clerk, and thank you to our public commenters. We have a motion to approve the consent items from member Paul and a second by member McCann. Do we have any further discussion on the consent items? Seeing none, all those in favor of approving the consent items, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay. That motion carries. That brings us to our discussion and report items, and we will begin with item 15, fiscal year 2024 proposed operating budget. And we will invite Mike Thompson to present this item. Mr. Thompson.
Good morning, Mike Thompson. I'm the Director of Financial Planning and Analysis. I am joined by Gordon Meyer, who's our Operating Budget Supervisor. We're presenting proposed FY24 operating budget. It is included as attachment A with the agenda item, the full draft budget book. It is largely the same as what was on the agenda in April. There's only a few changes, so we'll talk about those and give some general updates for the board. First update we want to talk about is passenger levels. We have been seeing consistent growth in passenger levels over the last 18 months. So this chart here on the right of the screen, these blue lines are what we consider our pre-COVID baseline. And the green lines are what the actual ridership was for each month. Then you can see how that's generally growing up. And we do this percentage as green versus blue percentage for each month. And we are continuing to see that growth year over year, all the way through this chart. I mean, just bounce up and down a little bit, but in general, the theme is growth here. And if you look at January for March last year, we were about 66% of the baseline. And now we're up over 80% of baseline for January to March of the current year. So that is all positive. March was a little bit down compared to February, but we did have a lot of rain in March. So we're thinking that is the driver there. We continue to watch this, but we built our assumption for next year that we on 11% growth over fiscal year 23. We're actually going by about 25%, 22 to 23. So we're slowing that down a little bit because we did have a full year of Midcoast this current year. We did have a first full year of Youth Opportunity Pass. We are bringing that down a little bit, but we are expecting continued growth next year in that line. And that ridership growth directly translates into passenger growth. So the next slide is passenger levels. Passenger revenue. On this chart, they're lines, but the blue line again is our pre-COVID baseline, that target that we're trying to get back to. And you can see various other years here. So the maroon line here is fiscal year 22 actual. And again, we did have a free ride month in September of that year. This orange line is what we are currently forecasting. And you can see we missed March compared to the original budget for the amended budget for March. We are hopeful that we'll get back to this line for the rest of the year. And then for next year, we've assumed 11% growth, just all due to passenger levels increasing for next year. And that translates into $8 million increase in ridership, in revenue due to ridership growth. So that is what we presented last month. We're not changing that at all. Some other revenue adjustments that we made in this draft of the budget, we did increase overall other operating revenue by $2 million. That is largely in energy credit revenue. When we presented this a couple months ago, we talked about, for mid-year, we talked about how this blue line is the state credit price, how it had been dropping substantially down to about the $70 level. Well, over the past 3 weeks or so, we've seen that come back, and we're actually up to about 85 as of today. So we're going to assume starting the year at 85 and seeing that continued growth next year in this number. We also received some guidance from the California Air Resources Board that they expect this number to get back up to over $100 by sort of the end of calendar year 23. So we are being even more conservative than that, but we're assuming it is going to keep growing through next year. Now that does have a large increase, just going from our previous assumption of 70, which is what we included in our mid-year budget, to a new full year average of 93. It increased it by about $1.6 million in additional revenue. This red line is the federal renewable identification number credit price that we assumed at $2. We are not changing that. We are not seeing any changes on that side. So we're keeping that assumption the same. We also increased some real estate revenues by about $300,000. So in total, you can see we're projecting about $2.8 million growth in other revenues for next fiscal year.
Yeah, I'm going to take it over here. So one of the things that we were hopeful of is that we would get some relief from the state to help us with our projected fiscal crisis that's coming in the future. So I'm going to update you a little bit on that. So in January, the budget for the state showed a $22.5 billion deficit. That was after certain actions that were being recommended by the governor, including cutting transit funding sources such as the TIRCP, which is a capital program under cap and trade, zero emission vehicle funding, et cetera. These are things that we have been successful in getting in the past. And we were hopeful that they would continue to fund it at the same levels. But that was the January budget, the proposal. The May revise came out last week, and it is actually showing a $31.5 billion deficit. And the governor does continue to maintain the cuts to the transit programs in the original budget. He does include in his May revise some very nice comments recognizing the significant operating concerns of the transit operators, and welcomes discussions, but there isn't any relief in the May revise. So next slide. At our April 24th Budget Development Committee here, we had the California Transit Association Executive Director, Michael Pimentel, presented on the funding requests from the transit operators statewide. We have put forward a proposal that we think is very moderate. It includes a lot of flexibility in funding sources such as TIRCP. For instance, allowing transit operators to use that funding, not just for capital, but also for operations. That was about a $5 billion ask over 5 years. And the hope was this would be a bridge for those 5 years to allow transit operators to continue to operate and find other solutions for a continuing deficit. And so that proposal was put forward. Also, there is a bill, AB 761, that has been put forward. I think I'm looking at the wrong slide. Okay, thank you. AB 761 is a bill that is intended to come up with statutory relief measures and allow the transit agencies to assist the state in helping figure out how do we maintain sustainability as transit operators. This would explore various issues related to growing funding and improving transit overall throughout the state. It would also explore TDA reforms. This was something that we had a task force several years ago, and due to the pandemic, it was suspended, but this would reinstate that. It would bring urban and rural transit operators together with other entities to come up with some solutions. It's currently in the Assembly Appropriations Committee for consideration. And my guess is that it will pass and this task force will be put forward. But I do want to tell you, I was in Sacramento for a lobbying trip Monday and Tuesday. It was also our California Transit Association meeting. I'm the vice chair of the association. I'm also the chair of a subcommittee that has been trying to come up with the proposals to present to the state as to how we can sustain transit operations in the state. Also on May 8th, I attended a listening session in Los Angeles that was hosted by Secretary Oma Shakin. He's the Secretary of Transportation for the state of California. In all of these efforts, we've been emphasizing that there is a fiscal cliff that is, at various stages for different people. Mike is going to explain to you when we think we're going to hit that. And some of the other operators are much closer to that. And there were, for instance, Bart was telling me that they expect that if they don't get any relief from the state, they're going to cut all rail service on the weekends. So imagine going to San Francisco on the weekends without rail service. These are very dire circumstances for these operators, but we are also facing that by 2027. That's our projection. I will tell you that in meeting with the budget subcommittee chairs for the Senate and the Assembly, they are not intending to help us. So I felt like they did tell me that, yes, we care about this and this is very important, but we are facing a very dire fiscal crisis of our own. We expect that you all could get some relief in things like make it easier for you to have bus on shoulder lanes, maybe make it easier to get CEQA findings, those kinds of things. But financially speaking, they were not saying they were going to bring money to the table. So I wanted you to understand that. That was the message that I got this week. And obviously we are not going to stop our efforts. This is going to continue, and we will continue to do this until the budget is approved in the summer. But we will definitely be posting and giving you more communications on this effort. I will now turn it back over to Mike.
So no additional revenues have been added to this year's budget based on those discussions. So this is our proposed fiscal year 24 revenue summary. We talked about passenger revenue and other operating revenues. That's growing by almost $11 million or 11.7% in this draft budget. Subsidy is unchanged from what we've seen the last couple of months. We have increasing subsidy by $1.8 million. Our federal subsidy is increasing by about $4 million. Again, federal is one of the types of subsidies that we share between capital and operating, and we grow this number as we can add some additional preventive maintenance costs to get reimbursed for that. And as we shift federal dollars into the operating budget, we sort of backfill that in the capital budget with TDA. So that's why you see TDA is declining. It's basically the match formula with capital and operating is declining slightly. So TDA is coming down by $5 million or 5.1%. Our Transnet formula funding, those Sandag cash receipts are projected by Sandag, and they're projecting 1% growth for next fiscal year. So it's just $400,000 of Transnet formula funding in next year's operating budget additionally. We also receive Transnet in the form of operating reimbursement. This is for our BRT routes and also the mid-coast operating cost. So the net cost after passenger fares. So there's they're responsible for those operating costs, Transnet is. So we get reimbursed for that. We expect the reimbursement to go up by $4.3 million next fiscal year. Part of that is a swap. They've been using Fast Track to cover those costs, and they're giving us less Fast Track money next year to cover those reimbursement costs. So you see $4.3 million increase here, but a $2 million increase down below in other is decrease in fast track. So it's a net of $2.3 million of additional reimbursement we're receiving next year. So in total, it's about $12.7 million or 3.7% increase in revenue for next fiscal year in this proposed budget. Moving on to some expense assumptions, we wanted to give you more detail on the energy assumptions. And we'll start with electricity. Electricity is really two pieces in our electricity costs. We have the transmission and demand costs that we pay through SDG&E. And that is this blue bar, and this is a cost per kilowatt hour. Now, we don't have any control over this. In general, we project about a 10% increase every year. And in general, it comes in about 10% increase every year. You can see how fast these blue bars are rising. So that is built into our budget. It's about 2/3 of overall cost is just SDG&E. And then the other third is the commodity cost. And the commodity cost we actually get through the direct access program, which is similar to community choice, where we control how we purchase that electricity, and we get market index rates through Calpine. So we have made our projection of about 12.8 per kilowatt hour for that piece of it. And you can see that's the red bar here. Generally, we're in the 5 to 7 cent range for the commodity cost. We had a very bad year in 22 and then a horrifically historic bad year in FY23. You can see it was almost 15 cents, almost triple what we've had in other years. So we are still projecting a fairly high number for next year of 12.8. Now, this commodity cost, we can actually lock in these prices if we so desire. We can get a fixed price from our vendor and have at least budget certainty that we know it's not going to go any higher. And I got an updated quote last week. It's a little bit less than what we projected in this draft budget, 12.5 cents. So it's basically about the same red line. We could fix that. But if you see, that's, $3 million higher than what FY22 was. And FY23 was basically very specific things in Southern California with storage and with pipeline coming in. It's supposed to be a one-time thing, but they've built that into next year's price. Even our forecast and this fixed price builds in some sort of other issue next winter as well, which may or may not happen. So at this time, we're not recommending locking in at 12.8%. We budgeted, 12.5 per kilowatt hour. We budgeted 12.8. We're going to leave that budget there. We're not going to do a fixed position, and we'll just see, and hopefully we can get back to FY22's levels and actually save money on this line. This number was actually about a penny higher, half a penny higher when we presented the budget development committee. So it did come down recently, but we're still very high number compared to our historical norms. So we're not recommending a fixed position for that. Moving on to natural gas, there's actually three major components to natural gas. One of them, again, is San Diego Gas and Electric. They provide not only the transportation of the natural gas, but also the station charging electricity, and it's not charging, station maintenance electricity. And that, again, is blue bars. It's growing very rapidly. We project 7% increase on this side, and the transportation side isn't growing as fast. So we will see if that plays out, but that's our assumption for now. Nothing we can do about that. It is what it is with the CPUC and SDG&E. There's also station maintenance costs for our natural gas. This is a contract we have in place with Trillium. So these are known prices based on the number of therms we use. So you can see we did renegotiate that in fiscal year 23, and we have a 6% increase in contract prices in FY24. And then the last piece is the commodity. Now, that's these green bars. Like with the electricity side, we can fix this price if we would like to. Historically, we're in the $3 range. If this chart went farther back, it'd be $3, $3, $3, $3. It's very, very consistent. FY22 with the war in Ukraine, it spiked up to over $6. That was supposed to be bad. FY23 with the issues in January and February, we are actually at $13 for the current fiscal year. Supposed to be historically bad. So the quotes we've been getting is back to FY22's levels, about $6. And we budgeted about that level at $6 for the commodity. So we're basically could lock in our budget if we so desire. But again, we do feel that there's some built-in uncertainty here based on what happened this winter that's already baked into next year's price. our spot price for May is already at $5, and we're expecting June to be actually closer to $4. So even our budget now might be a little bit high, but locking in at this price doesn't seem to make sense either. And this number is also down from what we presented in April. So again, we're not recommending this position. This is the number we've built into this budget, and we're hoping for good news for the rest of the way. So when we finalized our energy numbers, it was a net increase of $175,000 on the energy budget. We also increased personnel costs by $160,000 compared to the April draft. We did add 2 additional ID positions, and then that brings the total full-time equivalents to 1,701 built into this draft of the budget. And there were no other expense changes from our assumptions presented previously. So that brings me to the expense summary. We're expecting expenses to grow by $26.6 million or 7%. We do have a higher level of service in this budget. So half of this increase is related to service level increases. So personnel is increasing by $9.2 million or 5.7%, partially due to additional service and partially due to wage increases. Purchase transportation is increasing by $13.9 million or 15.5%. This is largely due to service increases. There are some contractual rate increases for First Transit and for TransDev, but we are expecting increases in the paratransit side, and we're expecting to restore service levels in January of next year to our pre-COVID levels when we've had to reduce it recently due to driver shortages. We expect that to be all solved by next year, and hiring has been going well to get us on pace for that. Outside services increasing by $6.3 million. This is partially due to additional projects, rehabilitation projects on the rail side, and also some additional costs for contract costs on the security side, and also additional costs on the Pronto O&M side for a full year of that. And then you can see energy is going down in total from our high fiscal year 23 experience. We're saving by $4.5 million next year with this proposed budget. And then risk management is increasing by $1.3 million. Again, that is liability insurance and property insurance rates that are increasing dramatically for next fiscal year. So again, $26 million increase, about 7%. So rolling that up, you can see we are increasing our net operating deficit because revenues are not growing as fast as expenses are growing. So we had a $37 million operating deficit with our amended budget. With this $13 million deficit of growth in revenues versus growth in operating expenses, we're now at a $51 million deficit for this proposed budget. Again, this is balanced with stimulus funding for now. But we are projecting an operating deficit. So from there, we're also updating our 5-year forecast. So we started with a new starting point for fiscal year 24 with these new budgeted numbers, proposed budget numbers. Here are our assumptions for this 5-year period. We are assuming passenger revenue continues to grow, but does not return to pre-pandemic levels. And that's what this chart on the right shows. This blue bar is sort of what we would expected, continuation of our FY19, FY20 experience. If that would have continued, it would have looked like this. And this is where we're at in 23's amended budget. This is 24's proposed budget. We are seeing a little bit of growth, but we're not getting back to that pre-pandemic level with this forecast we're using right now. We do have some additional other operating revenues in the out years, including the Gas Digital Information Board. We're also assuming the energy credit prices continue to grow, and we do generate additional money that way in the out years. On the federal side, we're assuming federal revenue is stable overall, so it increases slightly in the operating budget, and the remainder goes into capital. And then our sales tax revenue growth is projected by Sandbag. It affects both TDA and our Transnet, and it's about average of 3% per year in the out years after FY24. So that is built into this budget. We are assuming a static service level. So once we increase service in January of next year, get back to sort of our baseline, we're not building any additional service into this 5-year forecast at all. We are assuming that ADA paratransit volumes will continue to recover. Again, they are very low compared to what we were at pre-pandemic, and it has been growing slowly, but it hasn't been growing as fast as our fixed route recovery has. On the expense side, we are assuming higher CPI for fiscal year 25 and 26 before we get back to more normal 3%. We are assuming higher than normal wage and benefit costs in the first couple of years before getting back to a regular level. And then purchase transportation rates, those are known numbers. Those contracts are currently in place. And then we do expect to have additional savings in energy because we still are budgeting fairly highly in FY24 on the commodity side. But again, the commodity is only a very small piece of both the natural gas costs and electricity costs. So that is being offset by expected increases with SDG&E. So overall, in the out years, we're projecting 5% growth in 25, then 3.9, 3.4, and 3 in the next following years. And when you run all that math together, this is what it looks like. Again, we're starting with a $51 million deficit. As revenues continue to grow a little bit slower than expenses grow, that deficit does grow slightly by about $3 million each year over the next 4 years. So you can see it grows to 63 million in fiscal year 27. That is when we project all of our stimulus funding to be gone at this point, based on these assumptions. And we will be out of stimulus funding in that year, and that's when our fiscal cliff hits in fiscal year 27. And it's a very large number in fiscal year 28 of $66 million. So usually with this presentation, we update the board on the contingency reserve balance. So our in fiscal year 13, board policy set the target for contingency reserve at 12.5% of the operating budget. So that means a target of $44.9 million. At the end of fiscal year 22, we had a balance of $41.8 million. And we're not using any reserves in fiscal year 23 or the draft budget for fiscal year 24. So that 41.8 is about 11.6% of our operating budget next fiscal year. So we are $3.1 million below that target, at 12.5% target. We are not proposing to add to that with this draft budget. We're proposing to look at that, see how FY23 turns out, and if there's a chance to increase that number then, or if not, then we'll look at it for FY24 in the mid-year process and see if we adjust it there. But just FYI, that's where that is at. So we do have a number of major initiatives that are in place for next fiscal year. Top of mind is addressing the structural deficit. We really need to balance our recurring expenses to recurring revenue streams. And we've been trying to stretch the stimulus as long as possible, but it is coming up where those are going to be gone. We are continuing to do ridership campaigns and pronto tapping initiatives to sort of help stabilize that top line. And then we are also having another presentation today about the social equity listening tour and implementing those recommendations. We are continuing our ZEB implementation. We have ongoing projects at 3 divisions right now, and we were awarded some competitive funding from TRCP, $50 million towards Kearney Mesa division, and getting that project up and going and getting infrastructure there for electric buses. As if you recall from last month, we do have significant capital needs in the next 5 years. We had a 5-year deficit of almost $400 million. We are only about 66% funded. We did get this TRSP award, not only $50 million for KMD, but we also got another $45 million Orange Line rehabilitation. So with a $60 million award, our deficit came down to $328 million, but it's still $328 million. And with that, it brings us to the staff recommendation. The staff recommendation is that the Board of Directors receive testimony, review, and comment on the fiscal year 24 MTS operating budget at a public hearing and enact Resolution 23-4 in substantially the same format as Attachment B, adopting this fiscal year 24 operating budget for MTS, San Diego Transit Corp., San Diego Trolley, MTS Contract Services, and the Coronado Ferry.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Clerk, do we have any public comment on this item?
We do. Phone number ending in 3731. Please dial *6 to unmute yourself.
Hello, it's true. Y'all listen to the governor. No wonder he got things wrong. Where's budget lover Nora? She'd love this. Unlike my friend, I actually hate numbers and budgets. They're long and boring, truth be told. Luckily, this one's only 129 pages. The MTS budget for next year will be $407 million. This item says that MTS's budget last year was $26.6 million, and that's an increase of 7%. That math doesn't seem right, Steve. Either way, don't expect passenger revenues to increase by $8 million, because in reality, there's only about a handful of people actually riding the entire trolley or a bus at one time, night or day. Maybe when the trolley actually functions at the speed and efficiency of a Shinkansen, a Japanese bullet train, that's when people will take it seriously as a viable form of transit. Until then, don't kid yourselves. Neither the trolleys nor the buses even cover enough areas for people to waste time considering, let alone the slow commute speeds. This item says that low carbon fuel standard energy credits are expected to increase next year based on California Air Resources Board projections. Well, who would know that information? Oh yeah, my friend Nora, who serves on every board these days. And puppets will do what they have to do to get those measly credits, all at the expense of everyone's freedom of mobility. And speaking of selling out we the people, there's the worst offender, the federal government's No Cares Given Act and the American Destruction Plan Act. A total of $580 million federal debt dollars is being given to MTS. And all of this fiat money printing will financially bankrupt this country, while the acceptance will also morally bankrupt everyone involved. Of course, all employees' salaries and benefits are going up like everything else. With the inflation I just mentioned, none of the $9.3 million in increased wages will mean jack before you know it. This item says that traction power costs are projected to increase by $214,000 due to increases primarily from SDG&E. And that's because, according to the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, San Diego is paying 0.477 per kilowatt hour. That's about 3 times the amount that anywhere else in the country is paying, even higher than San Francisco or Hawaii. Board of Directors Administration
seconds
gets a
left.
2 budget. It doesn't say if that's in thousands or more. I will assume that's $2 million. The CEO makes over $350,000. And all this money made, and not a single one of you have got the guts to oppose anything. So I see that the greedy green lines in the chart shows a lack of spine for anything other than revenue. And the blue line shown cold feet to make any positive change. And the red line shows we the people getting tired of all our money being wasted. I could draw you guys my own chart
Time has
representing that
expired.
and bring it in person next time.
The original DRA, please unmute yourself now.
Man, it's so funny to see how you guys, put money here, put money there, do all these things, and you got to play the game with the government, right? But doesn't it suck when all of a sudden they tell you that they can't even help you out with what they're asking you to implement? It's interesting because they're like, we don't even have any money to do that. But you're saying there's a driver shortage. Wonder why. Couldn't be, the way that you guys do things, is it? It's not the health issues that are being created by these people not having a restroom. But I just find it so interesting that we talk about SDG&E and how much they cost, and then we talk about going to electric buses. So then you're going to actually, have to charge people more just to ride it when they aren't riding it right now, because they aren't conducive to people. It's like it isn't convenient. It doesn't get you everywhere. You actually have to spend more time trying to figure out if you can get there just by where these things travel. So why don't you think about putting it in more places instead of your just densely populated 15-minute city? See, that's the thing. People think, well, why aren't they putting them in more places? That is the whole point. You guys get all of this money to do things that none of the people are asking you to do. We're not like, hey, can you make sure that we walk and bike everywhere and have nowhere to drive and have to use public transit that doesn't actually take us places, doesn't have good times? I mean, you wonder why there aren't riders. It has nothing to do with COVID. It has everything to do with the way that you guys operate these systems. They're not running smoothly. It's not like it's not like New York where you go and you'd rather ride public transit because you can get anywhere just like that by taking a bus, a train, a taxi cab, whatever. It's actually more conducive to take that than to drive, because driving, you're going to spend all day just looking for a parking spot. But it's funny because that's where you guys want us to be with driving, but you're not very good at doing that because you're not offering a solution for people to actually ride public transit and have it be something that is convenient. But you want us to spend all this money and you want to put it here and put it there. Maybe you guys should start thinking about the fact that
30 seconds left.
what are you gonna do when you're forced to write this? Because you guys are in that too. And like, you know, you're making people pay for all this stuff. When you have to pay your vehicle miles travel tax, is that gonna go on the budget for the people to pay? So we're gonna have to pay it for ourselves, for you, for everybody else. I mean, everything that you guys do, you waste everybody's money and you act like, you know, it's just growing on trees or something. But just all of this shows failures all over it. So
Your
yeah,
time
good
has
job.
expired. Leaf Genzert, please unmute yourself now.
Good morning, Live Gensert here. I'm a founding member of RightSD, an organization group to advocate for better public transport in San Diego. And I'm sad to see that the budget is in the state that it is. But it's great to see that the Pronto Tapping initiative is on your radar. We from RightSD are convinced that making it easier for people to pay for rides will increase the recovery rate, and it will also make people take the trolley or the bus more if they can easily and conveniently pay for fares. So thank you for your efforts.
Connor Proctor, please unmute yourself now.
Hi, I'm Connor Proctor. I'm also here with RightSD and just wanted to echo what Life said. I think it's great that the Pronto Tap to Pay is going to be prioritized. I think there was supposed to originally be announced at this meeting, but it got delayed till next meeting, the announcement of what MTS's plan is for Tap to Pay. And I just want to reiterate that we would love to see that and ask that it not be delayed anymore. Thank you.
That concludes public comment, Chair.
Thank you very much, Clerk, and thank you to the public commenters. We will now open board discussion on this item and accept a motion and a second if there is one. Vice Chair Goebel.
Thank you, Chair. Mike, thanks for comprehensive report. I believe during COVID, the government suspended our requirements for a fair recovery ratio. Is that still suspended? We don't have that pressure?
It is still suspended, but we're actually asking them to make that extended.
A long time.
That's a state requirement.
Right. Okay. So everybody's going to benefit from that. It sounds like not just MTS,
Correct.
BART and LA. So that's a good move. Another way we can find money for operations or companies can find money for operations is to reduce their capital expenditures. But I get a sense that sometimes our capital funding comes with a lot of strings that they can only be used for capital projects, not operations. What can you tell us about that?
There are a number of programs that are just for capital. I mean, the federal budget can be used for capital and preventive maintenance for our formula fundings, but only for preventive maintenance, not for actually for operations of the actual service. A lot of our competitive awards like TRSP that we receive, that is just a capital program. We do have flexibility with TDA, with STA, we can use it for capital or operations, but there are some with strings attached.
Okay. And the operating reserves at 45 million, one measure that I'm used to is 3 months of operating expenses as a reserve. So we're looking at 45 million. If you divide our 407 million of expenses divided by 3 months, you get 35 million, and we're having a 45 million. So a little over a month reserve, but I'm assuming we have much more cash should we run into a catastrophic recession. That gives you a couple months to right size your organization. Do you think that's enough?
We've looked at this in the past and it did work. We had about 10% with the really big issue in 2008, 2009, and that did let us bridge that short period of time because there's a little lag between when things start going down. Your subsidy funding is sort of set for a couple of years, especially on the federal side. So it doesn't move as fast as you think it does. So we do think that the 12.5% was a good target that we initially used. There was some thought behind that way back when.
But I do want to say, when you say right size the operation, what you're talking about is cutting service. And so to do that, you have to go through the federal process, which requires you to do the public outreach, the Title VI analysis. It has to undergo the rules with our CBAs so that we can let the pick go and make those changes. So, I mean, a cut of service this large, when you're talking about, for instance, the bus service is $210 million in operating dollars a year. And when you're talking about a $60 million cut to that, that's a huge, huge change. I would recommend, if that's our only solution to getting out of this, is that we would start a comprehensive operations analysis, contract with someone to help us do that. We've done it twice since I've been here at MTS. And that allows you to look at the most important parts of your service area. And then you can look at where demand is highest. And then you could put together a program of cuts that would eventually need to come to the board for approval.
I apologize to cut in, but it sounds like we may have to do that anyway.
Well, and I haven't recommended it in this budget, but I would suggest that once we find out what the state plans to do, possibly by the fall, we'll probably convene the Budget Development Committee and talk about that.
Yeah, I think that's going to be necessary. If we're looking at no state aid of $5 billion, if the budget committee is saying, well, we really don't think you're going to get that. And it's not just us, it's LA, it's San Francisco. So I think their problems are multiplied 10x to what we have. But cutting expenses isn't the only solution. You can, you get new writers from different programs. Pronto, we know we have some capping issues to overcome that might raise revenue there. Certainly state and federal aid, enforcement. We have to talk about that in vis-a-vis equity. Raise rates. We haven't had a fair increase, I don't know, in 5 years or so. And a 10% increase from 250 to 275 might raise $10 million of the 60 or so needed. So there's a lot of components, not just cutting service, but certainly in about 3 years, if we don't get any help, we're going to have to talk about some of these combination of things to do to help us out. With those comments, I'd be glad to move the staff recommendation.
Thank you, Vice Chair Goebel. We have a motion for the staff recommendation, a second by Member Bush. Member Hall.
Well, to go off Vice Chair Goebel's comments, we recently rode the Denver, I guess, trolley or train, I'm not sure what they call it. And on the way in, we're had a lady come up to us and asked to see our ticket, in which we showed, and we actually did pay. And you know, the second time around, she just came by and said, well, I'm doing a welfare check, which was really kind of nice, especially with us, you know, when we probably need our welfare check. But the reality is enforcement, and I think we've gotten away from the enforcement. And I think that's something that it's time to start getting back into it, because we're really at a point now where you're talking, you know, we're out in 2027. Let's be perfectly honest. That's what it's saying. And we're out of business, and we need to get this money back. We keep seeing that the numbers go down, but it's time for this security committee to, you know, actually maybe put some extra money into the security, where we actually are asking for those fares and the tapping and things like that. And, you know, if nothing more, have a security officer saying, oh, you need to tap here, you need to tap here, you need to tap here. It doesn't have, and that's something we need to, I think, really start to enforce, because otherwise we're just gonna, you know, it's inevitable, and we've all known it. And actually COVID helped in reality. It's keeping us right, because this was supposed to happen right now, but now we've put it off for 4 years.
And that fare was $10.50 for a 30-minute ride.
All right, thank you very much, Member Hall. And Member Chavez.
First of all, I want to express my sincere appreciation to our team for this immense effort and diligence in assembling our budget. And it's actually, it's great that you mentioned security. Enforcement security is always welcomed nowadays. I think we mentioned in the Committee of Security, which I'm a member of, specifically a focus groups that we had where we actually, I think it was Vice Chair Goebel that mentioned that the whole board should be listening to this forums where we had focus groups talking, specifically women mentioning what they were going to wear in the morning to see if they were going to feel safe riding the trolley. And I think we should be thinking holistically on passenger safety. And that's the main thing across the board. When I'm walking, talking to constituents, talking to the community, people tell me I don't ride the trolley because I don't feel safe. And like I mentioned in that public security committee, I was that person riding the trolley that didn't feel safe, that was wondering in the morning what I was going to wear in the morning, right? So I think we have to take it back to passenger safety or wellness checks. I think that's an incredible way to put it, and I think we should run with it. So passenger revenue, increasing passenger revenue, I think we should start with passenger safety. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Chavez. Member Bush.
Yeah, so thank you, staff, for all your hard work on this budget, as well as the budget committee and the members here who worked on this. So we first have to acknowledge that fiscal cliff that's real, and I appreciate us having those uncomfortable conversations and sharing your work, lobbying the state and federal officials. So I think we need to continue to do that. And I also want us to look holistically, kind of getting back to what Member Chavez talked about, our riders and thinking of them and looking holistically at that. So I think safety is one thing. I do have to give a shout out to our MTS security team. I've seen improvements in how we approach security and safety over the last couple of years. So big shout out to our security director, Al Styler, for his work and his team's effort on that. There's still a long way to go, obviously, and this doesn't happen overnight. But you know, I mean, just sharing a quick anecdotal story. I had one of my cousins who was crossing, unfortunately had her bag stolen at the San Isidro station. And our security staff was on it, was absolutely on it. I mean, the bag was stolen, but it was eventually recovered within, luckily, 24 hours. And so staff was very accommodating to her, met with her, and that's a traumatic thing to have happen. And she had her immigration documents in there, all her paperwork, her birth certificate, her son's. She was with her 1-year-old son, so an infant. And that you know, she was by herself with him in a stroller, so that felt very vulnerable for her, and our staff made her feel very welcome and accommodating. That happens a lot, and I think how that if we continue to invest and make these efforts with our security, but also I think increasing ridership would help too. One of the complaints, and this was identified, we're going to see this item later in our the social equity listening tour. The number one issue was cleanliness, and we keep hearing bathrooms. So we heard it this morning. We heard it from our workers. It's not just the riders, but it's workers' bathrooms. So that's another thing that I think we just need to also, if we want to look at increasing ridership, we have to improve the experience for riders. My question to staff on bathrooms, I went through the budget and I looked for restrooms or bathrooms. That is one of the biggest issues. It continues to be. So is there referenced or is it identified bathrooms in this budget?
We actually have a discussion of that in the item number 17. But it is not, we have not included any new bathrooms in the budget in front of you.
Where are bathrooms in looking in the budget? Where are bathrooms in this budget? Is like which fund, I guess, is it?
For trolley facilities, they would be in the trolley facilities budget, and so it's in the STTI budget. And then for bus operations, it's primarily in the directly operated, just outside services, because those are generally port bodies.
So okay, so there's that, but there's been no for this budget, we haven't changed anything in the last couple of months, right? So we're not increasing maintenance or cleanliness, or there's still, for example, a couple of stations like SDSU, Lemon Grove, and I think and definitely National City in my community that aren't open. So through this budget, are we planning on opening those facilities using our resources in the budget?
No, the school at 24th Street is required by our contract to operate that one, so we will not be paying for that. They will be. SD.
And real quick on that, so when is that slated to open back up in 24th Street?
Right now, the status on that is that we are taking down a fence that was in the way of the bathrooms, and then the school, we will be working with them to get it operational again.
But what is the date for when that bathroom will be operated again?
We don't know.
Estimated date, is it a year? Is it 2 years? Is it 6 months?
I will say we're hoping that it's within the next year.
Yeah, I mean, we're trying to get it open as soon as possible. I'm looking at Heather. I think we have a contractor on board to move the fence. But now we're working through confirming that the city is not going to require there to be permits to done that. The school installed the fence pursuant to city permit. We don't have to get city permits. So like right now, we're trying to clarify with the city that we're allowed to go in and move the location of the fence without invalidating the school permit. So there's just like a few technical things. And as soon as that's done, we will expect the school to maintain the bathroom. Now, whether they do that and how quickly we can get them to do that is another question.
Yeah, I think once we get the permit issues decided and resolved, we're within a month.
And sorry, the permit issues are with the city of, for 24th Street, are with the city of National City?
Yeah, and this is an issue that just came up yesterday, you
Okay.
know, where the school was saying, we think you need to go get a permit from the city to move it. We said we don't. So we reached out to the city to just confirm that we're all on the same page, that we can, you know, do the work without getting a city permit.
Great, so please, so appreciate that. Please keep me in the loop about that so that we can, if there's anything coordination with the city staff we have to do. I'll wait on those other, so for SDSU and for Lemon Grove, do we have a slated or proposed opening date for those?
The Lemon Grove one is the city of Lemon Grove. And the SDSU one is SDSU. So we don't have control over that.
Got it. So here's what I would suggest for all of us as board. I'm willing to move this forward and I don't want to delay this, but I feel like we're being really nonchalant in this budget and on this bathroom and just in general on these issues. We're like, this isn't our issue. This is someone else's issue. Like I see on the report that we're citing a coffee shop as an access to a bathroom. And this is a serious issue and we need to be realistic and look internally and look at ourselves on this. We need to take this seriously. This is a health issue. It's a sanitation issue. It's a rider issue. It's also our worker issue. And we're not doing enough to address this. This budget, this is our document that guides how we're going to address the issues. I understand it's difficult. There's maintenance costs. We know where we're at on the fiscal cliff, but even if it's temporary solutions like porta potties, those are definitely not ideal. We've heard from a worker today that the challenges those face, but that is better than nothing, or folks urinating or defecating on our public streets. We should work in partnership with the cities on this. So I really encourage us to really take this issue more seriously. I don't feel that we are, and I'm not blaming anyone. I'm not blaming you, Sharon, or any single member on this board. I'm just saying holistically, we really need to do something more about this. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Member Bush. Seeing no, Member Libby Gonzalez.
Thank you, Chair. Just to piggyback on what my colleague had stated. So the whole promotion, go to the Padre game, you know, taking the trolley. So of course I want to participate in that. I want to be proactive in that. So I hopped on the trolley from Imperial Beach, went to the Padre game, but I will not do that again because there are not adequate restrooms. So I'm an older individual, so I kind of use the restroom a lot more frequently than I had previously when I was younger. And it's really difficult because you're faced with the option, like, you get off the trolley and there's nothing around there. So, and then you're going to a business, and because of COVID, a lot of individuals aren't letting you use the restrooms for a number of different reasons. But I do agree with Councilman Bush that it's a substantial problem and we do have to address it. I couldn't agree more. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Leyva Gonzalez. Seeing no further discussion on this item, we have a motion by Vice Chair Goebel and a second by Member Bush. Let's vote on this. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
That motion carries. All right, thank you very much. Item 16 is the 2023 Public Safety Focus Groups report. And we will hand this off to Mark Olson, who will make this presentation once he gets settled in. Go ahead, Mr. Olson.
Well, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Board. Appreciate this opportunity. Today, we're bringing forward some results from public safety focus groups that we did back in February. And what this stems from is in 2022, we did a customer satisfaction survey, which we do every 2 years. And we did that with Judith McCourt, who's here with us today, with the Red Hill Research Group. And, from that, what we learned is that, a lot of things that we can do to improve our system. We learned some things that we're doing good. But really one of the things that came out of that and that what we asked is what changes to the customers, what changes would make the biggest difference of improving the transit experience? And the number one thing overwhelmingly that people said was more security. But after discussion with the board and during the meeting, it was determined, what does more security mean? It can mean different things to different people. So we wanted to drill down into that a little bit more. And so that's where these focus groups were initiated. And so we're coming back to you with the results of those focus groups here. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Judith to report on the findings.
Sorry about that. I'm Judith McCourt with the Red Hill Group. And this morning, what I'd like to do is to present the results from the focus groups that Mark just discussed. As part of the focus groups, we talked with a variety of people throughout the county. It was 16 people that we brought together through 2 different groups to talk about 3 specific issues that came up as part of the customer satisfaction survey. The 3 issues that we addressed in this focus group were safety on board, the behaviors of other passengers, and perceptions surrounding fare equity. So we convened 2 focus groups in February at the request of the board and the committees. And these represented a variety of riders with a variety of different demographics and riding patterns. As you can see here, it was a generally balanced group. We had a variety of ethnicities, students, non-students, people of all ages. And we did do the focus groups is segmented by gender. We had a group of women and a group of men to allow for really candid discussion. So one of the major findings was, and this should be really no surprise to all of us, we talked about I've heard you talk about this morning, that personal safety is high importance to people. Both men and women say that they give it a 9 on a 10. When I'm talking about men and women here, I'm talking about participants in the focus groups. What we did in the focus groups were a variety of different quick polls. You see them on TV where people get to vote in on what they're thinking so that they can give an idea, and then we just kind of dive into it a little bit deeper. What we did see was that time of day and locations are factors that contribute to how safe people feel while traveling. You'll see at the bottom of the slide here that safety really encompasses the whole trip, from accessing the trip to the final egress point. So it's from when you leave your home or your place of business or wherever it is you're traveling to your final destination and vice versa. Everyone could recall the 16 participants who were participated, at least one incident where they were concerned about personal safety. There's a little bit of a difference here. For women, they talked more about experiencing verbal sexual harassment, etc., and men more often described observing situations. So the question really comes down to, really, are people deferring making trips because they're concerned about safety? And this really falls into 2 different camps.
I'm going to take children out of the equation for a moment, because when you add children to the equation, regardless of whether you're a man or a woman, you will, or you're much more concerned about traveling with children. And that was unanimously across the board there. Most men do not avoid making trips, regardless of because they're concerned about safety. However, women are more likely to consider deferring a trip, time of day, perceived danger, the presence of people with mental health issues or persons who are perhaps unhoused. And again, their concern of traveling with children is heightened, even that over men, probably stemming from more of them are traveling with children. Now you add the temporal factor of when people travel here, you can see everybody is traveling in the day. In nighttime, that kind of goes down to about half. But traveling at night for people is a necessity. You can't just travel in the daytime, which things that you need to do. So men and women have a slightly different perception here about traveling after dark. Men generally say that they feel secure because they feel like they can protect themselves. In other words, they can flee. That's sort of the flight response. They feel confident in doing that. When you look at what women feel, they're more concerned. Sometimes they'll opt for taking a taxi or Uber or Lyft if they perceive the danger of making the trip is greater than the economic burden. But this is, in a sense, putting an economic burden here on a group of persons. Women and men would both like to use transit after dark so that they could take advantage of more events. I think the quote here, this is from a woman who is a nurse. And she said, I get held up at the hospital and work late and then have to do the dreaded ride in the dark. And so this was kind of the perception of what it felt like to travel in the evening for women. In terms of perceived safety, this is while waiting for the bus and waiting for the trolley. You can see that women feel less safe than men while waiting for a trolley or bus. The stop or station location is important, and women try to avoid locations that they perceive are not safe. In fact, women will tend to even get off at other stops or walk additional distance to avoid situations that they consider unsafe. So what does make people feel safe? I think you talked about, I've heard you talk about some of this morning too. It's good lighting, presence of security cameras, unobstructed visibility, the presence of other people. And by the presence of other people, that means other people who are doing kind of the same things that the people who are traveling are doing, not people who are necessarily loitering. And if seating is available, that it has an unobstructed view. Again, this is going back to, I need to be aware of what's happening in my environment. So if you take a look at this, if you take a look at perceived safety of riding the bus and trolley, men and women feel equally pretty much the same about how it feels to ride the bus with, mid-sevens, probably citing the presence of a coach operator. However, when you take a look at riding the trolley, there is more of a difference there, and women feel significantly less safe than men. So what is a safe trolley environment? Here it's again the presence of visible security, the presence of other riders, seats, and an environment that is clean and free of debris and bodily fluids, remaining constantly alert and having a planned escape route. So what other things do people do to enhance their personal safety? A common theme among the groups were, and it was a repetitive statement of having your head on a swivel. You really need to be aware of your surroundings and know what was happening. Women do consider what they wear when riding transit and make purposeful choices about clothing, backpacks, and other things that they think might draw attention. Men were less likely to consider items such as that. So we also inquired about safety personnel. The identification of safety personnel is very easy for people. They say that security personnel are easy to identify. Yellow vests, your yellow vested persons, the CCIs, were considered to have more authority, even though persons who are in the blue carried weapons. So there was that your yellow vests are working, they're visible, they're easily seen. Transit ambassadors are seen as providing kind of volunteer help. Security personnel are perceived as courteous and respectful. The majority of participants have a positive experience, and personal interactions go a long way. So when the person feels personally recognized, however it is, beyond just a fare check, that goes a really long way with customers. So the overall perceptions of safety, participants like seeing a security presence. They know when they see a security presence, it makes them feel safer. But they do perceive that security doesn't always address situations the way they think they would enforce policies. So, that's obviously a perception. So perceptions of visible security. Now, this is interesting. If you look at this, these charts here, again, this is a little quick poll that we did. Men think that they see security almost about 60% of the time, but conversely, about 3/4 of the time, women don't perceive that they see security. So there's a real difference in perception of the visible security. That we did a poll to ask about how visible security affects the feeling of safety, and it's unanimous that people feel more secure when they see safety presence. Security, they feel, is less visible in some areas. And there's sort of an area, and remember that we just had 16 people participating in this, so to conclusively say that these are your exact areas would require a different study. But the little red triangle there indicates areas where people feel less safe than in other areas. So this is an area, these are the areas that they would like to see more security. However, they also recognize that security is a limited commodity, and so it can't be everywhere all of the time, which sort of brings us to the next slide, which is security goes beyond personnel. There is an awareness of cameras at stations. The next trolley and bus signs are seen as enhancers because people know when the next bus or trolley is arriving. The awareness of the ride assured number is low. I think this creates an opportunity. Other strategies mentioned in color included increased service frequency, increased cleanliness. People do associate cleanliness with security, and having emergency call buttons throughout the system. In terms of Pronto cards, people say that they tap the Pronto cards at least some of the time during their trips, but not all the time. The reasons that they cite most often are tight transit connections, not understanding why tapping is required, concern about locational tracking, and they are aware that enforcement is seen as pretty much a friendly warning, and they don't seem to feel that there are as many consequences other than a polite warning. So how often are fares checked? Men and women think that they're checked about evenly, so there's agreement there about half of the time. And when fares are checked, it's seen as even-handed, that it's throughout the whole area. So that was the perception of the participants in the group. So in terms of encouraging more riders to tap, people suggested, or the participants suggested, that they have more convenient validators, more outlets, consequences sometimes that extended beyond just a warning, and explaining the importance of tapping, and a couple of other items there. So the behavior of other passengers is a growing concern among riders. And we've seen that over the last few customer satisfaction surveys that have been done. And incidents occur regardless of time of day, and issues that generate the most concern are cleanliness, personal hygiene of others, disruptive behavior, open drug use, and fare evasion. Participants were generally empathetic and compassionate. They think the problem is complicated. I think the quote is a good one here. It's a shared responsibility, which of course complicates it. And, the final point here is a little bit sad, and maybe there's not an answer. So people see it as a very difficult, challenging topic where MTS is not alone in this. So they would like to see a consistent application of policies, particularly involving fare evasion, inappropriate behavior, and loitering. And so these are the tools that participants feel that MTS does have in its control. So with this, I would like to turn back over to Mark.
Thank you, Judith. So just a couple of wrap-up slides here. We have taken these results to a couple different advisory committees. for MTS. The Public Security Committee heard this, as well as the Security and Passenger Safety Community Advisory Group. Here's some high-level feedback that we've received, and we look forward to receiving your feedback as well as a board. But certainly, like Judith mentioned, the Ride Assured Alert System, this is a 24-hour a day, 7-day a week, opportunity for people to report on things. We need to explore new ways to promote this and, also look at highlighting some response times or audio announcements at stations, just really looking at different ways to promote this system. Also, some feedback that we received is what about highlighting safe places and maybe promoting different areas that are maybe we feel are perceived more safe than others. Certainly the system cleanliness is an element of passenger safety we heard, so we want to make sure we focus on that, and then also examine locations where maybe lighting is better than in other locations and be able to highlight that for our passengers. And then it was also recommended that we look at where these incidents are taking place, whether that's more so on vehicles or more so at stations, and just look at ways that we can improve safety that way and look at it from that lens. It was also recommended to survey frontline employees, seeing what they think, and they're on the ground, and so they may see some things that we're not seeing from a communication standpoint or a safe places type of thing. So we're going to do some research on that front. Then it was also highlighted the limitations of this study. Again, this was 16 people that ride our system. It has some validity there, but we also want to take into account that there are some other groups that weren't included. There was no specifically dedicated Spanish focus group or a focus group that were cross-border commuters or specific to disabled riders. So there's certainly more research opportunities out there to learn more of how we can make the system safer. So next steps, we have launched our Respect the Ride rider etiquette campaign, and we actually put this brochure that highlights it on each one of your desks there. That really just kind of highlights some of the pain points that riders have expressed to us and what people can do to mitigate that. So we want to continue to gather feedback as well. So we'll take this to our Community Advisory Committee in June, learn a little bit more about what they think. I've already mentioned the Ride Assured hotline. We need to look at ways to rebrand this, make it more accessible, make it more well-known that this is a great opportunity for people to report on safety issues. And MTS Security needs to look, we're going to look at some ways there to enhance their approach to make themselves more visible out there in the community. And then also we're working on a customer experience initiative. And I think this is really important, not just to safety, but to ridership recovery. And so we have this research that we've been doing. You're about to hear from the group about the social equity listening tour. That's some great research findings that we have there. These focus groups as well, the customer satisfaction surveys. We've been doing some internal focus groups as well. We just don't want this data information to sit on a shelf, right? So we're actually going to come up with some recommendations based on all of these research components and ways that we can improve our system. So we're working on that internally as well. And a lot of those are safety related that we'll be focused on with that effort. So with that, we can answer any questions. Certainly welcome your feedback on these results, any other safety measures, that we can look to improve on. And we're just looking to have a good discussion. Thank you.
Thank you both very much for the presentation. Clerk, do we have any public comment on this item?
We do. Joanne Fields, please make your way to the podium.
Good morning, Board Commissioners. My name is Joanne Fields. I'm the Government and Public Relations Director of the Asian Pacific Islander Initiative. I was about to speak during public comment, so it was good that I had to wait till the end. So I moved to this public safety portion of the agenda because my concern is over public safety. As you may know, we had a friend in our community where her mom, who has a very severe, a high level of dementia, and was picked up from daycare. Her family called, the daycare called MTS to tell the dispatcher and the driver, do not drop her off. She needs someone to receive her. She was dropped off on Moreno Boulevard. Very busy community, left alone, not knowing what to do. She was confused, but more so the family members that were looking for her. Thank God she was found and she's safe. But that's scary to know that could happen to any one of our family members or friends or neighbors. There's a whole list of incidents where a young person her neck was slashed in the city of Chula Vista. Elderly Filipina woman was attacked on the San Diego trolley on her way back to her home in downtown after visiting in Encanto. And then another friend, a Lolo, 73, the latter three that I mentioned are seniors. We want to increase ridership, but there is safety concerns. And over and over again, we have to go advocate. These are stories that have been mentioned on the news, but yet we're still talking about it. We want to increase ridership. We need to get off the freeways and use public transportation, whether it's going to work or when we have friends visiting from other cities, and so that we can enjoy the scenic route of our trolleys and buses. But safety is the issue. So how do we move forward? I see the listening tour. I was a part of that. But if you look at the numbers, the Asian Pacific Islander community is not reached. Yes, we are in a border city. Yes, we speak Spanish, but we also speak other languages. If you didn't know, May is Asian Pacific Islander Heritage Month. So I want to advocate that the MTS considers to mirror what the Registrar of Voters has to offer when it comes to language, so that all communities will be represented, and there is a threshold. What the threshold is, I'm going to have to get all those numbers for you, but they do offer outreach and education in Chinese, Filipino, Spanish, Vietnamese, and Native American. That's the federal law. And then counties, including Persian and Somali. There's other languages, but please look at other departments within the county or levels of government that work to make sure that everyone is included. Thank you.
Phone number ending in 3731. Please unmute yourself now.
Okay, Truth. I just saw Mark Olson on the news yesterday. What a coincidence. Matthew, I appreciate your honest story, but Ron, wait, what kind of welfare check? But seriously, I'll tell you what to wear on the trolley, Carolina. Something to defend yourself with, because cameras achieve nothing when you're already dead. Why should people, especially women, pay their fares when safety isn't even guaranteed? So I'll tell you guys some dangerous stops: Park and Market, and 50% of the Orange Line, including Lemon Grove and Encanto. This item says that the customer satisfaction survey said that overall satisfaction of MTS services was 90%. Did anybody really take that survey? Because I definitely would have given MTS an F rating, especially with World Economic Forum minion Nathan Fletcher at the helm. Things are horrible. Good riddance to him. Last year's survey also said that Pronto card satisfaction was also high at 92%. Where are these false results being pulled from? The price of public transit has gone up since the Compass card was replaced with the Pronto card. And the Pronto card requires a store of value, where the Compass was a flexible pay-as-you-go model. One can't even put money onto a Pronto card on a bus, only at the trolley stations or the MTS store. So basically, ever since the Pronto card system was introduced, things have become more expensive and problematic. And it's funny that this item talks about trying to better understand and define what more security means. I mean, what part of security don't you guys understand? Keep trained and armed officers on every trolley, car, and bus so incidents are prevented or stopped when they occur. Not the transit fare Nazis who do nothing but scan people's phones or cards to track their rides. Nobody wants to be harassed or tracked. The only positive is free transfers, which are actually limited. And that's why almost nobody uses public transit. The biggest riders of the trolley are Padres fans, just because they want to avoid $50 parking. The biggest bus riders are low-income neighborhoods, mostly the Orange Line. Otherwise, one person on an entire bus is completely normal. 4 people on an entire trolley at certain stops is also completely normal. So no safety guarantees, especially for women, as usual. A whole bunch of areas of the county not accessible by public transit, limited hours and delays, and long wait times are why most people don't even waste their time considering riding public transit, not even on free ride day. So a whole bunch needs to be fixed here. I just gave you some very important information, especially about the dangerous stops. I will say I have seen more security. That's great. Are they stopping things? Not really. They're just walking around. Some of them are very nice, though. I'll give them that. There's a whole bunch of work that needs to be done if you actually really care about safety, because I don't see it. So I don't recommend anyone walk around without
Your
something
time
to
has
defend
expired.
themselves with.
The original DRA, present yourself now.
Man, you guys, I mean, I don't understand. I mean, 16 people. How many people are in the county? 3.38 million. And so you think taking this and saying, I mean, it's good information because they're not feeling safe, but regardless, obviously you don't have enough people writing to even really give a good determination of what's going on. But it's very sad that you're sitting here saying, why don't we, in order to mitigate that, tell the people where the safe places are, where the ones that are lit up are? And it's like, who's going to determine that? You guys are going to determine what's safe instead of ensuring that every single stop is in itself safe. I mean, you have children riding for free and alone, and you don't even have like an armed guard. It's just like at schools. It's like there's school shootings, but why would we pay to have an armed guard there? I mean, that's so stupid. We have a camera, and that camera is going to like make these people feel safe. You realize that a lot of times cameras are just up just to provide that feeling, and they don't even work, or they're not on, they're just there. So that doesn't provide enhanced safety. It's like a fake, fictitious belief that, oh my gosh, that camera is going to stop me from being murdered. It's great. And then, you know, at least they'll be able to catch the person if that camera is actually working. I mean, the fact that you guys want so many people, everybody to ride this kind of transit, and it's not safe, it's not well lit, you don't have restrooms, like there's nothing that's convenient about it, yet you spend millions of dollars on this stuff. I mean, that millions of dollars should practically go to just everybody riding for free. I mean, because it's our money and you're spending it to make sure that we ride and whatever, have that kind of transportation, but you're like increasing the prices for people. You're making it less convenient. You're trying to make excuses as to why like there's no bathrooms in your budget when that's what everybody talks about. And it's, you know, you're $210 million a year just to run the buses when nobody rides them. Does that seem like you're spending money wisely? I mean, and you're not even willing to spend it on things that are going to make things better for people.
30 seconds left.
It's just very sad. And you want we want even just people that come visit to engage in this whole public transit thing. I mean, it's ridiculous. You even have people on your board saying, I was just trying to come from IB, and you can't even go to the bathroom. So, I mean, either you guys need to start providing depends or get your shit together and start doing stuff that's going to actually promote ridership instead of de-incentivizing people to be a part of this system. It's ridiculous.
That concludes public comment, Chair.
Thank you, Clerk. Thank you to our public commenters. We will now open board discussion on this item. Member Chavez.
Thank you so much for this very important report. I remember listening at the first time in the Public Security Committee. I really do appreciate the time and effort that went into this information, gathering of this information. I do think we need to do more and need to be better. I think the first time we talked about this, you mentioned women saying, I can run, but my kids can't. I remember that with a passion because it really, really touched my heart. And I remember riding with my mom when I was little and, you know, having that feeling, right? She had 3 kids, riding alone, no bathrooms. And also, if you have a stroller, right, it's not in the guidelines, but you don't enforce it, but you have to put it away or have to fold it before you get on, right? Nobody's enforcing it, but it's not a rule, it's not an exception, right? And I remember asking about the emergency panic buttons. And we had a discussion that there was, right, Sharon? You mentioned that there was buttons.
On board the trolleys, yes.
I mean,
an intercom button that you can talk to the operator.
Yeah, and I haven't seen it. Maybe my colleagues have seen it. We did discuss this and I remember that we talked about that the operator doesn't have any live feed. If anyone was in a distress situation, there was no way. I mean, on the buses, we can understand how a driver is aware of what situation, but at the trolley, it isn't. And when you don't have enough staff, I mean, they do an incredible job. I've seen them. I really do commend their efforts. But we don't have enough staff for this. And I keep going through the presentation as I did the first time. And it just worries me that it's saddening how we don't feel safe and we should feel safe and we need to do better. And I really supported Vice Chair Vogel when he said to bring it to the board, because I think this is going to increase ridership where we can take care of this and we can make this accessible to women, parents with children getting on and off. We need to find holistic solutions. Thank you for bringing this information. This is crucial for us to move forward and find solutions for increasing ridership. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Member Chavez. Vice Chair Goble.
Thank you, Chair. Couple questions. When the Sheriff's Department presumably issues a silver alert, which is a lost senior citizen or something, does that information get passed on to our bus drivers and our trolley operators? Because I would think sometimes that's where a missing senior might be found on public transit.
Yes, we do get notified, excuse me, we do get notified when the alerts happen, and our team is pretty quick when we can, if we have any images, to send them out to operators and our team to make sure that we are looking for the person.
And do those get transmitted while these people are driving a bus or driving a trolley? Is there some communication system there?
As soon as we can get the information, we get it out as quick as possible.
Okay, sounds good. The phone numbers that are on the stickers for text this number or call this number, is that a live operator or is that a message system?
No, it goes right to our security dispatch center, which is manned 24/7.
So if somebody in a trolley said, I feel afraid right now, there's somebody on this car, how would you handle that situation?
I use this, I write the system myself all the time, and I use that to text. As soon as a text message is sent in, our dispatcher will respond, find out where the location is, and dispatch our personnel, if it's a minor situation, if it requires police assistance, we'll call whatever police department is the jurisdiction.
And when the trolley is moving so fast, how do you catch up to the trolley? Well, I reported it back here 2 stops ago, but now we're here. How do you catch up to the?
Our security dispatch is right next to the operations center for trains. So we can coordinate with our train dispatchers to see where that train's going to be for the best location to meet up.
Okay, all right, thank you. One other comment, there was a bullet point about promoting safe spaces. Just one concern I have about that is when you promote a safe space, you may be implying a warranty of safeness, that nothing will happen to you there. And if you say this is our safe spot, the public would probably say, why isn't every spot on the system a safe spot? But if you're particularly saying this particular spot is a safe spot and something happens, then you may have some liability problems. Just a concern in that area.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Goble. Member Hall.
Just to go off what Mr. Vice Chair Goble said. So somebody texts something or they hit the button that we can never find. And is it possible, I mean, do you track those? And do you have, and I know we get reports for safety, but I mean, do you actually track them by response times? My problem with MTS is, well, we talked to this person, we talked to that person. It's like, I want zip code, I want times, I want dates, I want everything. And do you do that?
We are, right now, we don't have a specific system for tracking, how many calls, how fast response time. We are right in the middle of procuring a solution that will give us the analytics that we need to say how fast we're responding to calls and how quickly we'll be able to get out there.
Well, I know the firefighters do it, so I'm sure we can tag off something with there. That's important to know. I mean, again, it's, we just got this major report for our firefighters. And well, if we put a fire station here, you get a 5-minute response, but otherwise, so we need 14 new fire stations in a 16 square mile. But and that was sarcastic, by the way. The reality is we need to know those things for us to make a good decision on that. And do you ever get restraining orders on people just saying, I assume you do, but so somebody's causing problems on the orange line one day, 3 weeks later, we find them on the green line, then on the blue line. I mean, are we ever saying, don't even come around here?
We have issued some banning notifications for people. We've served them with those banning notices. Unfortunately, for a lot of people, to them, it's just a piece of paper and we keep dealing with the same issue with them over and over again.
I understand that, but at least someday, maybe you can get somewhere to do
Yeah.
something.
Yeah, we do issue banning notices.
Thank you, Member Hall. Member Frank.
Thank you. Excuse me, I'm losing my voice, not sure why. This is my 5th year on the board, and safety and security on the trolley has always been a topic that we've been presented with, that we've talked about, but I've really felt that this board as a whole has been unwilling to make difficult decisions and actually buckle down and enforce some of these issues that are causing the security and safety issues. Like actually creating incentives to pay fares, punishing those that don't pay their fares. And I know that we're probably not going to make a lot of solutions today, but I just wanted to add something to the conversation that MTS is the largest light rail system based on ridership in the country that does not have sworn law enforcement at all, anywhere on the system. And I think that is an element that we should be talking about. Why are we unwilling to make that a priority, to employ people that are well-trained and are professionals in this, not private security? They can be an element of that, but why take away the professionals that are used to working with individuals on a daily basis and can provide a much larger sense of security? I know we used to have a contract with some sworn law enforcement, and that was canceled, I think about 5 years ago. And in that time, there's been 5 murders associated with the trolley. So I feel like it's time to get serious about it. We can talk about equity. We can talk about, we don't want to show bias, but we also need to enforce it and make people feel safe. I have not felt safe riding on the trolley. I tried to take it to go to work at the county building full time. And every day I came home and told my husband about something that made me feel unsafe, unwelcome, uncomfortable. And that was almost 10 years ago. So I think that we can do better, but we have to make hard decisions and we have to talk about actually enforcing the things that we say we can do. So that's just my perspective, having sat here and listened for almost 5 years. I feel like we actually have to do something and not just talk about it.
Thank you, Member Frank. Member Dillard.
Yes, thank you again for your sharing your information and updating us. I too attended the Public Safety Committee, and I appreciate your information at that time and then the update today. I just, I know that there's a lot of complaints for a lot of different issues, and we definitely have to deal with the most serious ones. Number one, public safety and cleanliness in order to be able to attract more riders. We have to address that. And I do believe that we have covered some of that information both today and in the last public safety meeting. I too ride the trolley. I currently come from La Mesa on the Orange Line and go through Lemon Grove and Encanto and all the way here. And I also attend, I'm an alternate on Sandag, so I also attend those meetings and have to go during those times, which are different times than these times that I show up here. I do want to say that when I have seen security, I'm rather impressed by them. They come in groups. Usually there's not one, there are several that do come on board at the same time, and they kind of do a check of the area. And then they start at one end and go through the other to check for, to make sure that everyone has paid for their ride. It doesn't happen every single time I get on a trolley. However, I, in most cases, feel safe. But there are, skeptical times, especially when I see groups of young men coming on, or if I happen to be sitting near someone who is mentally declining. And a lot of times that is also something that makes probably women feel more unsafe than men. And I get the difference, and how women may pay attention more to security than men. Maybe they just don't feel like, they would be attacked. And that's why there's that huge discrepancy. I do agree that we need to increase our security. I know that our budget is an issue, but I do believe that the security people that I've seen, that I've witnessed, are perfectly capable of handling the issues that are going on, both on the actual trolley and outside. I've seen them handle themselves quite well. I just think we need more of them. And as far as cleanliness is concerned, I don't know what the schedule is for cleanliness, whether they just clean at night when all the trolleys come in. I'm just assuming that. Occasionally I do see uncleanliness, and so I would like to see that increased. The panic buttons, I have not seen one. I wish they were psychedelic or something, because I don't know where they are on the trolleys, and I think that would possibly help, and a live feed, as Member Chavez has brought up. I really think that would be important, that if the button was pushed, if you could find it, that the driver would at least be able to hear what was going on if it was off and they couldn't hear it before the button was pushed. I think that ultimately, if we do address the security issues and the cleanliness issues, we can begin to market to attract professionals like myself who, jump on the trolley. I know I'm just talking about the trolley because when the last time I took a bus, I think I was a teenager. So I can't really describe too much about that personal interaction, but I think that if we could attract professionals to ride to work back and forth, that would increase the ridership as well as the revenues that are needed on MTS. And I say that because in other cities, and I'm referring to cities in the East area of America, professionals ride these systems constantly, all the time. You can see professionals every single day and every evening, every morning. They are on there constantly, and they do use them. And I think that would help increase the revenues and stop worrying about children being able to ride free. I do remember when I was a teenager and I started at San Diego City College. I had to take the bus at 5 o'clock in the morning to get to my class on time. And the one thing that I remember that I struggled with was paying the fee. just so I could survive, because I didn't come from, a family that had, very much money. So I can empathize with students, and I think that there should be a consideration for that. But I think that if we attract professionals, we can get better results and address the security and the restroom stops as well. That's major. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Dillard. Any Vice Chair Goebel and then Member Gastel.
After listening to Councilwoman Dillard and Frank and Chavez, it's pretty striking the need for safety. And it could be a budget issue. We don't get to decide how the current staff get deployed. That's an operational issue. But we get to decide how many there are. And I don't know that we have a sense how many security people are there to serve the stations and the trolley stations. So that might be a good piece of information for us.
So this is great feedback for staff. I definitely think we need more security. Personally, as your CEO, I would like to bring forward a proposal for better staffing. And if the board wants to give me that direction, we will do that and take it to the Public Security Committee and then bring it back to the board for approval.
I think that's important because, as Councilwoman Dillard said, if you don't have safety, you don't have writers. And more writers, different kind of writers. So it starts with safety. And certainly while we've approved the budget, we can amend the budget at any time, especially for something like safety. Do our code compliance officers and our armed security, did they both wear body worn cameras?
Yes, they do.
Okay, so they don't necessarily have to travel in pairs, but do they always travel in pairs?
Yes.
For their own safety?
Safety,
and the
yes.
safety of the public, okay.
We will have our contract security officers may be assigned alone at a station, and we'll do trips back and forth between two stations, but there'll be a mobile unit nearby that can respond in a system if necessary.
Even though this is an informational item, I guess I'd like to make a motion that the staff do come back with a recommendation on what it would cost to have more security officers to a level that the board.
I will second that.
That would be my motion. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Member Gastel.
Yeah, I wanted to say that whenever we say that something's a priority, my first thought is always as opposed to what. And I think we could be in a situation where we want to say that right now safety is a higher priority than keeping all the routes open. And I take this very seriously, having dealt with budget crises and making tough choices, that you won't find me saying something needs to be a priority unless I have in mind something that's not as high a priority. And so I think we should give some serious thought to lowering the priority on keeping routes open and raising the priority on keeping the public safe. And one of the reasons I find this feedback so helpful is because when I talk to people in general, the number one thing I hear is about why they don't ride the trolley or take the bus is that it doesn't go where they want to go. And that's what I hear over and over again. This survey is people that are in fact riding the bus and are in fact riding the trolley. It does go somewhere they want to go and they're on it, or they were on it until they didn't feel safe. And so that's a different group of people. And maybe that is actually the group we should be focusing on, is people that either are actually riding the bus and trolley or have recently, and we need to get them back. And maybe some other time we can worry about people that aren't riding it because it doesn't go where they want to go. And it's tough because we want it to go more places and we want it to be safe. But I think what we're coming to here is that we need to put the safety higher, and that we really don't have any business trying to make it go more places unless we can make it safe for the places that it's going. The other thing I want to say, and you might say this is the elephant not in the room, the county. When I when I ride the trolley, and I ride the trolley a lot, okay? Because I live in Lemon Grove and I teach at San Diego State, two places that could use bathrooms open. And in Lemon Grove, it is actually our fault. We will take that. We don't have the ability to protect the bathroom, and that is the reason it's not open. It's nothing to do with the bathroom per se, protecting the bathroom. But when I ride the trolley, the biggest concern that I have typically is that I see people really frequently who are in distress, who don't actually know where they're going, who are asleep, who have all kinds of issues. And I think that maybe we could be doing more with the county, because the county is like the great social worker for us. And they do have the most responsibility and the most funding that would be related to this kind of issue, helping people. And I don't worry about myself, probably because I wear a nice pair of tennis shoes and I know how to use them. But I worry about other people that I see. And often it's the person in distress, the person that's coming off a high or something else. And maybe if we find a way to help them, channel them into services, or just enforce the fare, which might be a way to keep them off the trolley in the first place, we could probably do a lot to improve safety, both the reality of safety and the perception of safety, both of which are factors. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gastel. Any further discussion? All right, seeing no further discussion, we have a motion by Vice Chair Goebel and a second by Member Dillard, requesting that staff return to the board with cost estimates to increase security. All right, we will go ahead and vote on that motion. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay. That motion carries. All right, thank you very much for the presentation. Great discussion. Item number 17 is the Social Equity Listening Tour Findings and Funding. Stacy Bishop will open the presentation. Once you get settled in on that, Ms. Bishop, please proceed with the presentation.
Great. Good morning, board members. Stacy Bishop, Manager of Marketing and Communications. Glad to be with you today to talk about the findings of our Social Equity Listening Tour. For those of you who were here, this has been about a year in the making. Last spring, we hired Pueblo Planning, a justice and equity oriented community engagement firm, to help us develop a public outreach plan to talk to some of our communities about priorities that they had for the system. And as a result of that, allocating $3 million of our capital funding to the outcomes of those findings. And so Monique is here to present on behalf of their team on the findings of that report. And then we will also be presenting a proposed funding package for that $3 million. So with that, I will turn it over to Monique.
Thank you so much, Stacy, and good morning, Chair Whitburn, members of the board, staff, and also community as well. My name is Monique Lopez with Pueblo Planning, and I'm pleased to present the findings today. We're going to talk about what our approach has been, our participatory planning approach, what those community identified priorities are, and then also some recommendations that have been much informed by folks we communicated with, or folks we heard from, and also our community-based organization partners as well. So first, the participatory planning approach. Pueblo Planning, which was the planning team on this project, intentionally included and prioritized 4 transit riders. Most riders most impacted by MTS decisions regarding services, policies, budgets, and designed to co-develop recommendations. We partnered with 5 community-based organizations to engage intentionally with these communities that include people with disabilities, low wealth, Black, and communities of color, the elderly, youth, people who are unhoused or facing housing insecurity, immigrants, refugees, and binational migrants as well. It was really important for us to partner with organizations that already have those deep-rooted relationships in communities. And so we're incredibly grateful to our partnerships with City Heights CDC, I Am Green, El Cajon Collaborative, Casa Familiar, and the Arc of San Diego. We acknowledge that there are certainly many more community-based organizations that we would have loved to bring to the table, but due to budget and also timeline as well, we had to make some difficult decisions as to which partners to bring on board. In terms of this timeline, as Stacy mentioned, this has been about a year in the making. We started this process back in April of 2022. Before we start any kind of engagement process, one of the first things that our team does is look at what has happened or what has been documented historically. So we knew that we wanted to intentionally engage core transit riders, but we knew that there have been other planning efforts that have also engaged the general public and then just general riders as well. So we looked at things like the Elevate SD plan and the findings there. We looked at the Sandag's last regional transportation plan as well. We also looked at the past 20 years of media archives to kind of get a feel for what were the common themes folks have been sharing the past 15, 20 years, so that when we would then go engage with the community, we'd be able to dive in a little bit deeper and have more nuanced conversations as well. And then, as you can see, we did our listening sessions, which were workshops and pop-ups, which I'll talk about a bit later. In mid-June through August and then September, we were able to develop our findings and analysis, share that back with staff here at MTS. And then where MTS staff was able to then start to identify potential projects for that $3 million. And here we are today presenting. So I want to talk a little bit about the workshops that we did. For the first 5 workshops, one was offered virtually, which was at the request of our community-based partner. We did this in partnership with the CBOs. The planning team focused on developing an understanding of how transit riders define accessibility and safety, and facilitated a discussion for community members to share their vision of what is necessary for a joyful transit experience and what type of relationship that they'd like to have with MTS as well. We also went back to these communities, and there was also additional folks as well as part of these, that we went back and we shared with them, this is what we heard. Did we get it right? Did we miss something? Did we misunderstand something? So essentially the community members that we were working with actually checked our work too before we're here presenting to you all today. You know, we acknowledge the immense diversity of the MTS service area. It's quite large. And also there's a diversity of riders and diversity of rider experiences. And so for this reason, we conducted 3 additional community engagement opportunities to purposely select geographic areas where intentional communities may not have been reached in the listening sessions. So with community-based organization partners, they recommended 3 additional communities, which included making sure that we engage folks in East County, particularly in rural communities, that we also engage folks in the portside communities of National City and Barrio Logan, and also in the communities of Linda Vista as well. So this map here, and it's also in the report if you want to take a little deeper look, but it also represents the geographic areas where the intentional engagement was conducted. Our team recognizes that conversations on social equity and transit are not new, and that there are already established MTS committees that specifically aim to address social equity for transit riders. So as a result, in addition to the pop-ups that we did and the workshops that we did, we also made sure that we engaged in conversations with the MTS Accessibility Service Advisory Committee and MTS's Community Advisory Committee as well, to hear their thoughts on what the ridership experience is as well. So in all, we facilitated about 15 different engagements, from workshops to pop-ups. And as mentioned, you know, we were able to reach a diversity of community. I do want to emphasize that some of the intentionality of reaching out to particularly East County and rural communities is we strategically had a pop-up at the El Cajon Transit Station and placed our pop-up engagement effort right where multiple buses from various parts of East County were coming into and rural communities. So we were engaging people from Mountain Empire, Hamul, Hakumba, and so forth. And also a lot of our engagement in southeastern San Diego, because of the relationship that our CBO partner had, actually brought in some folks from Spring Valley, from La Mesa, and all. So at this time, I'd love you to hear from some of the folks that we heard directly from. What we did is we did public testimony out in the street. If you've ever been to Build-A-Bear with your kid or been to Build-A-Bear by yourself, there's these little buttons you put in the bear and you could record a message. Essentially, people had the same kind of technology, so that's why you'll hear a little roughness in the audio. But we really wanted to make sure that folks could share directly with you all what their experience is. So here's a little snapshot.
So I love taking transit because you can appreciate the diversity of our city, and I hope that we can continue to keep our transit riders diverse by making sure that everyone can afford transit and making sure that we don't unnecessarily criminalize and penalize people.
They're doing a great job. I just wish the trolley cops wouldn't harass us so much.
Yo lo único que les suplico es la limpieza del trolley. Está súper, súper sucio.
Okay, so the buses, I feel that they should be a little bit cleaner and the drivers should give respect. Just have an understanding that you have to give respect to receive respect. So people are going through different things. So, just be mindful of that.
Trolley operators, please be compassionate that disabled and elderly people need to get on the trolley. I've seen wheelchairs left behind multiple times.
I'd like to give a pleasant shout out to all the bus drivers on routes 41 and 44. You guys are amazing and so professional, and my students and I always love when we're riding your buses.
I would like to see more efforts in having bus shelters across as many bus stops as possible, and to also have those bus stops to have some sort of greenery or solar panels on them so they could be self-sufficient.
More toilets, please. I'd love to see more roofs and added fans to bus stops, as well as electric outlets and public Wi-Fi as well.
I think shade cover in bus stops and trolley stations is necessary, as well as trash cans and bathrooms. And I think transit should be free for all.
We need free transit for everyone because it'll allow for a more equitable transit system in our communities and will create more joy for everyone who rides transit.
Public transportation should be free for everyone, not just for the youth, not just for the seniors, but for everyone.
The best thing that MTS could do to really increase ridership would be to increase the frequency of all service, ideally every 5 minutes. That way, if you have to do a transfer, you know that it won't be more than 5 minutes to make the transfer.
The Pronto card system is an excellent way to pay. Just please keep it in place for an extended period of time. The transitions to get people onto the Pronto card are taking a long time, but once they're on them, it's a flawless system. So keep them in place.
Trolley expansion would be so handy. Expand the trolley to East counties for Spring Valley, Poway, Hamul, trolley expansion. It'll solve a lot of problems, shuttles and buses not running a lot.
Considero que la importancia de la seguridad es algo muy esencial el que tomar en cuenta, porque es algo en donde la gente se va a sentir más segura al tomar el MTS y trolley, y creo que es algo muy importante para tomar en consideración.
I don't really have a relationship with MTS because I don't see MTS employees, so I think that if there was more employees around and like customer service, I would be able to interact with them and, get on and off the trolley easier.
Keep up the good work, MTS, about passes for the kids. I think that's a great opportunity for the kids going on. You guys are doing a great job. Thanks.
Quiero darles las gracias por el pasaje gratis del año a los estudiantes.
So I wouldn't typically say this, but I'm actually really glad that we're the last presentation, because so much of what has been shared today from public testimony, during public comment, from each, conversation or presentation that's been shared. If we can go back to oh, there you are. Perfect. is intersects with many of the conversations that we had with community members as well. And so I'm excited to share these findings with you all. And you'll see that, none of these things are necessarily surprising, but they actually just echo many of the conversations we've been hearing here today. And many of you have been hearing for the past many years that you've all been sitting here as well. So there are a couple of ways that we aggregated the data. One, knowing that there may be diversity of experience based upon where a person may be writing from. We wanted to first identify in terms of, we had 10 unique different locations that we were engaging folks in. First, identify what were the issues that were identified at all 10 of those different diverse geographic areas in that we were able to engage. And so we did that in terms of looking at what were the top, for this that were identified in all 7 areas, 8 and 9 and 10. For 10, every single place that we engaged folks, 2 things came to the front of the conversation, and that was cleanliness and restrooms, right? And we've heard that in other conversations as well. And then for 9 out of the 10 locations, conversations around compassionate care and partnership with community services. I will get to that nuanced conversation a little bit later in the presentation. Also talking about customer service staff as well, people really wanting to see more customer service staff. People talked about treatment of transit security, treatment by bus operators, seating, shade, increasing frequency in a number of ways, and then also youth opportunity pass. To navigate this chart and then the next chart as well, one of the things we did to make the data more accessible and easier to read is we put these things in buckets, so to speak. So amenities are in orange, operations in green, customer service in blue, and programs in yellow. But we also wanted to aggregate the data to better understand what was said most frequently overall. And so what we heard in terms overall, there was about 163 participants that talked about cleanliness being a key priority. The second was around the treatment by bus operators. I'll share more of that conversation a little bit later. Youth Opportunity Pass, people being very supportive of that program. Shade, increased frequency in a number of ways, and so forth. And so these are essentially the top 20 that we heard from folks. We engaged probably over 400 plus people at these 15 different engagement opportunities. So now I'm going to transition to just highlight a few of the things that were in the top 20 by their respective category as well. We heard a ton in terms of shade. Mind you, we did this engagement right in the middle of the summer. So this was certainly on people's minds, certainly on people's heads, right? And so when people talked about shade, they not only talked about shade structures, but they also talked about the importance of urban greening, meaning more trees on your pathway to the bus stop or trolley stop. And then also talked about the idea around having fruit trees as well for sustenance. We've heard this conversation in multiple spaces already, but restrooms was part of the top 20. I think there were 11 or 12. When people talked about the need for restrooms, we often heard from parents saying how difficult it was to travel with their small children. We also heard from folks as well saying that they often had to pay more out of pocket in order to go to a local store or restaurant so that they could access those facilities as well. In terms of operations, as I mentioned, community members talked about overflowing trash cans at bus stops. Folks also talked about on buses and trolleys where there'd be like trash or other items that just made for the experience to be unsanitary as well. But I also want to emphasize, because we had engagement in rural and East County, one of the top 20 was more frequent service for East County and rural areas as well. And I don't think that would have risen to the top if we weren't able to engage that particular segment of the population. This one I'm going to spend a little bit more time on because it requires a lot of nuance, and also because I think you all are interested. This has been the tenor of this day. So let's continue with this conversation. The first is around treatment by bus operators. Community members shared poor experiences with bus drivers and expressed how bus drivers had spoken rudely or disrespectfully to them, have been impatient loading and unloading passengers, may not have been empathetic to transit riders, auditory, visual, or mobility impairments, and have not been helpful, and some experiences have not been helpful to transit riders asking for help with directions or to pull out the ramp. Community members shared that they would like bus drivers to obtain education and training on customer service to address disrespect of passengers. But I also want to really deeply emphasize that part of this, our engagement, we weren't able to connect with bus operators themselves to hear their experiences and their stories, right? So it'd be really helpful to hear directly from bus drivers what their experiences are and collectively explore what support systems and capacity building they may need to reduce stress and also set them up for success as well. And we've heard some of those conversations already take place today. The second thing I want to highlight, because it's also part of this nuanced conversation that we've been having this entire morning, is around customer service staff. Community members shared that having an unarmed customer service staff member at transit stops and on buses and trolleys would make them feel safer by having more eyes on transit and someone they could turn to if an issue emerges. Community members also shared having designated customer service staff would relieve some of their stress while traveling, as if there would be someone to turn to for support or with directions if they're transferring, right? Finally, customer service staff could help with loading Pronto cards and provide real-time transit rider education, and also support with senior citizens loading their cards, right, where they get a discount. And then this goes to the point I think that Member Hall talked about, is these wellness checks as well. That could fit into that. Lastly, I want to talk about treatment by transit security. Some people confided that they had negative experiences, abrasive verbal or physical interactions with transit security. These encounters either happened to them individually or they witnessed them take place most often in Black communities and communities of color, or with people who are perceived to be unhoused or who are actually unhoused. As a result, community members desired security training, quarterly assessments, public reports of security reviews and performance, and the shifting to more security service staff and partnerships with social service providers, to your earlier point, and shifting to more customer service staff altogether. To Member Chavez's earlier point as well, is thinking more holistically about security. So community members further requested that safety taking public transit can be achieved through other means, such as more lighting, more frequent transit headways, removing advertisement wraps, or at least making them more see-through on buses and trolleys so that they're more transparent and easier for riders to see through the windows, and providing access to call buttons to connect directly with MTS staff if there is an emergency as well. So I appreciate you listening to more of the detail here, because there's a lot of nuance that we were able to get into in these conversations as well. The other thing that I want to highlight here is that whenever folks spoke with positive enthusiasm about MTS, more often than not, they were talking about Youth Opportunity Pass. And when we received the most greatest feedback from folks. The other nuanced conversation I want to include here, so it's going to be a little bit longer, is around compassionate care and partnership with community services, because this has also been the tenor of this conversation here today as well. So a few people, when they talked about people they perceived as unhoused, and this is perception, asked for more security presence. However, when engaged in deeper conversation about why they held such strong opinions, they often share their discomfort with people who cannot maintain a certain level of hygiene, or concerns about behaviors of some displaying a mental health issue, or being in distress. As a planning team engaged in conversation with community members and reflected back the ideas of other community members presented, such as partnerships with community service programs, community members were supportive of partnerships with organizations to support the public. After discussing the idea of a more supportive approach to rider issues, many community members changed their perspective on security being the primary strategy to address their concerns. Community members were also supportive of having access to restrooms, hand washing stations, showers near key transit stops to provide opportunity for those who need access to basic hygiene infrastructure. Additionally, there were community members who took a more empathetic approach to this issue and shared that they would like to see the support of having social workers or mental health providers ride transit so they could offer support and provide resources to those in need as well. But I do want to have one, I do want to also elevate the voices of those who are unhoused or facing housing insecurity, because we did engage a group of folks who identify as such. And so those who we engage that are unhoused or facing housing insecurity actually did not necessarily share the need for more services at transit stops, buses or trolleys, but instead they overwhelmingly, their top priority emphasized the need to be treated with dignity and respect by both drivers and security. And they often expressed that they felt discriminated against on the system as well. Lastly, these priorities here did not necessarily make it to the top 20 priorities, but these were priorities that community members shared. But they're notable in the sense that maybe not that many shared this as a priority, but they're notable because it could impact hundreds or even thousands of riders. And we wanted to also elevate and include these things. These include like first and last mile, also around disability justice, where folks were really talking about, you know, in whatever type of decision that's being made around amenities, programs, budget, operations, customer service, are we including folks at the table and at those conversations that actually have various abilities being part of the decision-making process as well. We also heard about education for newcomers, the San Diego region being a place of that welcomes refugees and is a resettlement area as well. Many people are coming to the county that don't necessarily are familiar with our transit system. And so that being a place of opportunity as well. And then lastly, I'm just going to share this story. Only one person shared this with me, but it's notable because of the hundreds of families that it's impacting. At one of the engagements, a woman pulled me aside and she shared with me that her daughter is actually at the East Mesa Juvenile Detention Facility, and that she is unable to visit her daughter as much as she'd like to because of the lack of transit access to the facility. So she needs to take a Lyft or Uber or some other kind of ride sharing program, which financially she can't do as often as she'd like. And so I elevate this here in this space, being that, you know, one person shared this story, and I feel I'm a steward of all these stories, but in particular, this story in terms of she's not here today to share that. But this is impacting hundreds of families as well, and something that I did want to include as another notable priority and highlight in this space here today. Reparative process. So, let's find my notes here. Overall, the Social Equity Listening Tour was a public engagement effort that gave space for community members to share their transit experiences, their visions, what they'd like to see part of their future transit experience. Specifically, the Social Equity Listening Tour aimed to gain deeper understanding of community stories around equity, public transit, identify areas of concern for MTS transit riders, and identify opportunities as well. It's important to note that this certainly was not the first time community members have shared challenges or changes that they'd like to see in terms of their transportation experiences. And so our community-based organization partners and community members expressed there's certainly a need for a reparative process moving forward as well. So this reparative process includes 4 main points that, again, was deeply informed by our community-based organization partners and also folks that we engaged along the MTS system. So what are steps towards a reparative relationship? One is continued direct relationships built between community members and MTS as part of this process are important to prevent the community from feeling like MTS has disappeared from these spaces or disappeared from these conversations. So how can MTS staff continue to connect with those individuals and broader? Number 2 is ongoing partnerships with community-based organizations. I do want to emphasize none of this deep work and these conversations where folks are sharing these vulnerable experiences could not have happened without our community-based partners. So looking in the future, how can MTS partner more with CBOs? Number three is transparent communication on how community members' feedback will directly connect to what will be implemented and by when. And then lastly, the development of an implementation plan that outlines the costs, potential funding sources, strategies for funding, and implementation timeline. Folks really, we're very excited about the $3 million being immediately going towards immediate implementation, but they did not want to see this report stop there, but really wanted to see an effort to all these priorities here, especially the top 20, what is the plan moving forward to fund these in a more integrated way? All right, I'm going to turn it back over to Stacy.
Great, thanks, Monique. And so that brings us to the funding portion of the discussion. As was mentioned, it was important to both MTS and community members that funding was allocated to the outcomes. And so again, there's about $3 million that we have allocated from capital improvement to the findings. So just to reiterate, this is a chart that we used. The top mentioned, I think we found this most helpful just to give us an idea of the intensity of the comments as they were discussed, in addition to looking at the top 20 and, as Monique mentioned, how many out of 10 events. We also wanted to look at how many of these topics were in the top priorities out of all of those events because they varied in size. And so not surprisingly, you see it's pretty much the top 5 that stayed the top 5 in at least the majority of the outreach events: cleanliness, treatment by bus operators, shade, and weekend frequency. And so we took those initial findings and this project funding approach back to virtual meetings with the Community Advisory Committee and some of the CBO participants. And really we wanted to provide insight as a staff in terms of how do we approach this. So after we got the report from Pueblo Planning, we presented that to some of our executive staff who would need to provide the technical cost proposals as people that knew what it takes to implement this and the challenges of potential project ideas. And so asked our team to come up with project concepts and proposals that we could consider to bring back to these groups. And that considered these elements. So project priority, of course, we wanted to ensure that we were providing projects that match the priority that the community told us about. And yet also we do have a limitation in funding of one-time capital costs, which is where this funding is coming through, versus ongoing operational costs, and then the total budget. So as you'll see, something like 24/7 service, not something that's feasible to fund with this project. Also looking at impact to riders, both the geographical impact, wanting it to get back to the communities where we had done outreach, reaching those same target populations that were identified. Also looking at staff capacities, maintenance needs, again, what would this take? Is it feasible for us to maintain that? And so when we took it back to the Community Advisory Committee and the community-based organizations, in terms of what their top priorities were of some proposed project ideas, you can see there that shelters and benches came out as the top most requested project, followed by lighting. From there, there's a little bit of a drop off to trees and urban forestry, to cleanliness equipment, and then rounding out the top 5 is other. Of those other categories, about 6 of the 10 were for restrooms, and the rest were for various things like pronto payments, more service, enhanced signage, things like that. So from the feedback we got and looking at the priorities, the proposed project list that we got from staff, this is the proposed project package that we're bringing forward to you all for consideration and approval today. I'll go into a little bit more detail on some of the specifics of these. But really what you'll see at the top there is a high investment, over 50% of the funding going to bus shelter upgrades. And really that came out of seeing how high the desire for shade and shelter was across every feedback that we did. And so this would do design, permitting, construction installation for 27 high ridership stations, as well as shelter installations. So it's a total of 35 shelters throughout the system. One of the things that I think people don't realize is that getting stops ready for a shelter can be expensive because you have to have enough space. You have to have, quality concrete access, all of that stuff. And so it's actually the permitting and construction that our team has found most limiting historically. And so since we have this extra funding, we believe that this is a worthwhile investment. Lighting. So as we've talked a lot about safety and lighting, that's come up in the public security focus groups. It came up in CELT, but lighting is important for equity and for safety. And so 2 lighting projects here, about $450,000 that would be allocated to upgraded lighting at 7 Orange Line stations. Safety has come up along our Orange Line. And Orange Line ridership actually has lagged behind our other trolley ridership quite a bit. So looking to do some investments there. And then also to pilot a project at bus stops. So currently we have lighting when we have our shelters, there's lighting that's a part of those, but any other lighting is the responsibility of the jurisdiction. And so you'll see we're proposing to pilot pole mounted solar lighting at approximately 24 bus stations to start as a pilot project to see how those work out, how they are maintenance with hopeful expansion. Trash cans. I know this is an odd one, but cleanliness obviously was far and away the most talked about topic, being mentioned almost twice as often as anything else. And so as we looked at various cleanliness options, one of the, again, capital projects that our trolley facilities team identified would be more trash assistance. Currently, our trash containers are open, and so we do have issues at particular stations with those being turned over and gone through. And so something like the trash cans that we'll propose have a couple of benefits in terms of maintenance capacity, things like that. And then the last one is a joint lighting and community beautification project at an underpass near our Bayer trolley station in South San Diego that we'll review briefly, that would install community artwork and then lighting, again, hoping to make that access to transit a little more welcoming and inviting. So $200,000 there. So for a little more detail, these are just examples of some of the projects. So what you see there on the left are the proposed big belly trash cans, something similar to that product. So it would be 25 of these side-by-side units at 4 downtown trolley stations that our team has identified would benefit most from them. They have solar compacting, so they have higher capacity, and it can give dashboard information to our team, so they don't have to constantly go out and check. We'll have access to data in terms of when those are reaching capacity. We might have the opportunity to wrap those for either MTS branding or possible, third-party sales and revenue. The second photo you see there is an example of a potential light that would be the solo mounted solar light at a single bus stop. And then on the right, there is a photo of the current underpass near our Bayer station that would, again, partner with a community based organization or local artist to do some artwork there, and then also to install lighting for access to that station. This is a map, and I apologize, it's hard to get our service area on one screen, but this is a map of the proposed 35 locations for the bus shelters. And so a lot of these are focused in areas. We looked at high ridership stops that currently don't have shelters in high priority neighborhoods, and with cities that we have current agreements with. So some cities manage their own shelter program. And so a lot of these you'll see City of San Diego, City of Chula Vista, City of National City are where MTS actually manages the shelter program. And so our team also looked at how these locations match up with several equity measures, SB 535, AB 1550, and Justice 40, which are various state and federal outlines of disadvantaged communities and climate investments. And so the vast majority of stops are in SB 535, AB 1550, and Justice 40 communities. In total, these 35 stops also serve 24 different bus routes for reference. This last map of our trolley station also shows where we would propose to install the trash cans and the lighting along the orange line. So our downtown stations would receive the upgraded trash cans as our stations between our headquarters here at 12th and Imperial and 5th Avenue are our most troublesome stations, all high ridership stations as well. And then the orange line, it would be 7 stops between Barrio Logan and Lemon Grove. So 25th and Commercial, 32nd and Commercial, 47th Street, Euclid, and Canto, Massachusetts, and Lemon Grove that would receive the upgraded lighting there. One thing to note, so the total cost allocation right now is just over 2.7 million. All of those are estimates. So because of the funding levels, we will have to go out to procurement to actually bid the projects. So we're keeping about a 10% contingency in there because it may or may not be accurate. And so should we have extra funding or, costs come in lower, there are a few more projects that we would propose funding as next priorities. 2 of these are grant projects that are currently in process. MTS is in partnership with some local community-based organizations. The first one is a transformative climate communities grant that EHC is looking at. That includes a variety of different improvements, but one component of it is bus shelters throughout Barrio Logan. And so should that grant not be accepted or fully funded, we would like to propose holding some funding there for shelters that the community is identifying as priorities. Again, that number and specific locations are to be determined. The second one is a grant that if it gets accepted, MTS would provide matching dollars as part of that grant requirement. It would be about $500,000 for a more comprehensive beautification project at the Bayer Boulevard station. And then again, we would like to structure the bus stop lighting RFP to give us the ability to double the amount of lighting units that we could procure should that pilot program be successful, so that we could expand that for another approximately 24 plus stops. So this is just a photo again of the location of the Bayer Boulevard. This is right next to our Bayer Boulevard trolley station. And that grant program would include concrete repair, pedestrian and bike access, lighting, drought resistant landscaping, art. And we would again be required to provide 25% matching funds. At that time, that total project is estimated at about $2 million. So the recommendation at this time is that the Board of Directors allocate funding for the social equity listening tour findings as follows: approximately $1.7 million for bus stop shelter upgrades, approximately $450,000 for Orange Line lighting project, approximately $120,000 for the bus stop solar lighting project, approximately $250,000 for upgraded trash receptacles at downtown trolley stations, and approximately $200,000 for the Bayer Bridge underpass lighting and mural project. In addition, there is a recommendation that you approve the following recommendation from the executive committee to direct MTS staff to develop a draft board policy on equity. And so that was something that came up at the EC and with community-based organizations, and to the point of how does this continue on beyond the initial $3 million, but is to actually come up with a board statement on equity moving forward. So we'll come back to the recommendation. One of the other requests from the executive committee was to look at pricing for restrooms. So we did look at pricing for a variety of other projects, Wi-Fi, USB ports, and for various reasons, found them limiting. But so the funding that information that we have for restrooms we'll review shortly. Currently, just to recap, we do have existing restrooms at around a dozen locations along our trolley line. We have posted this to our website. There's information on location with an interactive map that people can use to find and a chart here. So we do have that for people. Again, as was talked about earlier, we do have discussions on the 24th Street station reopening, a restroom there. Again, Lemon Grove and SDSU, there is access there, but MTS does not have the authority. And so that's currently stalled, but we can certainly continue to work with the appropriate jurisdictions there. And then again, has been discussed elsewhere that future transit-oriented developments, it'll be a part of the discussion or requirement for those to incorporate restrooms. And so some of the ones that we have, on the more immediate horizon include developments at El Cajon, Spring Street, 12th and Imperial, Palm Avenue, Bayer Boulevard, and East Street. So initial cost estimates, these are not from vendors directly just due to the time, but other publicly available information. And so it varies widely really by the solution that you look at. And so the first most basic is a porta potty. And so this is information that we got about a year and a half ago, I believe, is that to do a 2-unit side-by-side porta potty with rental and servicing twice a day and providing security for that unit would be just over $250,000 a year in operating costs. So there's not really any capital cost there because you are renting the unit and it's a temporary unit. The next would be a Portland Loo style restroom. And so this is the city of New York actually just earlier this year, I think, had a procurement for 5 of these. And so the initial purchase of the unit itself was just under $200,000, about $185,000. But then when you include the capital cost of construction to install it and connect it to utility lines, their budget was just over $5 million for 5 units. So all in, you're probably looking at approximately $1 million in capital for that. And that I don't believe includes maintenance. Other examples. So the city of San Francisco has had a couple of different, and again, this varies very widely on design and construct, but they have modular restrooms that they have installed. I think they have installed one that was $725,000. And then some of the permanent ones that they, I don't know if it's moving forward. I think it got pushed back, but was between 1.6 and $1.7 million in construction costs. And then at the Embarcadero here in San Diego, that restroom that was built was around $2 million. So that's some of just the initial findings that we have. Again, restrooms really depend very widely depending on the solution that you're looking at and the design of it. So again, other initiatives, certainly we have, it's not just this proposed funding package. Cleaning, one of the steps that we took earlier this year was to go ahead and proactively expand day porter services at trolley stations. So looking at the stations that we had, I believe that we actually added 2 more locations, and between all the stations that we provide day porter services, hopefully my math was correct on this, but it's about 40 extra hours of cleaning a day that we went ahead and increased staffing for. And then for shelters, so again, shelters is as we mentioned, a high priority project. We have typically.
Oh, sorry, when I turned mine on, yours got knocked off.
Oh.
I just wanted to emphasize though, that the cleaning for the porter service is strictly for the trolleys themselves. It's not the stations. We have facility staff that cleans the stations.
And then shelters historically have been funded through our ADA program. So we did have funding in the past fiscal years for that. Again, for reference, I think it's been around 27 to 30 shelters, but that's built out, or 27 to 30 stations. phased in over a 3-year period. Not all of those will get shelters. They try and put shelters whenever possible. But we do have shelters and upgrades happening through that program. Frequency and bus operations, certainly, that is a very high priority. We know right now, I think as you're all aware, our current focus is on restabilizing bus operator recruitment and staffing levels so that we can avoid further service cuts, which we're seeing trends in the right direction. And so once that operator recruitment effort is back to more sustainable levels, our first priority would be to reestablish previously cut service. So that's where we would start, is looking at the service that was removed and then reestablishing it there. That also goes for some of the discussions around treatment by bus operations. It's a priority of our COO, Mike Wigan and Sharon, to be able to implement a specific customer service training module. But right now we don't have the staff to pull from the front lines in order to implement that. So currently that's one of the agency's major focuses. And so with that, just bringing back the recommendation that is before you today, and we're happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the presentation. We do have several public commenters on this item, so let's do 2 minutes for public comment. Clerk, please proceed.
Manny Rodriguez, please make your way to the podium.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Manny Rodriguez, and I'm here with the City Heights CDC and also the San Diego Transportation Equity Working Group. First of all, I want to commend the board for those of you that are still here for staying here. I know these meetings are long, and we also have a lot of unprofessional commenters that chime in, so I really appreciate you sticking it out. I also want to thank MTS staff for working with Pueblo Planning on the social equity listening tour. It was a great project that obtained a lot of valuable community feedback from transit riders, and we really appreciate this effort from MTS. You should have received a letter from the San Diego Transportation Equity Working Group that, shows how we can build off the social equity listening tour to make sure this isn't just a one-time thing that we do, but something that we continue to do to keep the community engaged and continue listening to their concerns, and not just listening, but addressing their concerns. The letter states that an equity action plan can achieve this. This equity action plan should demonstrate how all the priorities laid out by the social equity listening tour, as well as previous community engagement efforts like Elevate San Diego and the 10 Transit Lifelines. This plan should plan how all those concerns and priorities we've heard from the community will be addressed. This equity action plan should also define equity in this agency and create a commitment to equity. And this equity action plan should also have the agency implement CalEnviroscreen, which is a California state tool that identifies the communities that are most vulnerable to poor air quality and pollution. And that should be integrated into MTS's decisions. So when you're cutting service or adding more service,
30 seconds left.
We should always be looking at which communities need more service to reduce air quality. And that'd be all. I really want to thank you all again for coming out here. And I really hope that we can advance the priorities of the San Diego Transportation Equity Working Group. I have some more colleagues here to speak, and we hope to work with you all to make this a reality. Thank you.
Randy Torres Van Vleck, please make your way to the podium.
Good morning, MTS board members. My name is Randy Torres Van Vleck. I'm the Director of Policy and Planning at the City Heights Community Development Corporation. I'm a City Heights resident, and I grew up riding transit in the South Bay, where I grew up. We really appreciate the opportunity to work with MTS, Pueblo Planning, I Am Green, El Cajon Collaborative, the ARC of San Diego, and Casa Familiar as a partner on this project. We want to thank also Environmental Health Coalition and Mid-City CAN for working with City Heights CDC and Pueblo to organize 2 listening sessions in City Heights. We had over 130 people attend those 2 events. We appreciate MTS commitment to $3 million for immediate improvements that'll address the priorities that you heard here today. The shelters, trash cans, lighting will create safer and more dignified transit experiences. But to create an equitable and more dignified transit system, we know that we need to go beyond that. So the San Diego Transportation Equity Working Group developed a series of recommendations for the next steps, and Manny mentioned those, and I'll quickly outline those. to move forward with the equity action plan, utilize Calenviro screen, and develop an implementation plan for the SALT recommendations. And also to ensure that communities that have been historically underrepresented and excluded in transit planning continue to be meaningfully engaged, and to build on previous engagement efforts like Elevate SD and the 10 Transit Lifelines. The 10 Transit Lifelines shaped by a decade of engagement include priorities such as 10-minute and 24-hour bus service in high demand areas, the Youth Opportunity Pass, and restroom access. So I wanted to thank Councilmember Marcus Bush for including restroom access in the motion last week at the executive committee. We hope to build on that today. And since that recommendation was made, and we appreciate staff for adding more, I'd like to recommend the formation of an ad hoc working group that can bring together policy leaders, policymakers, stakeholders, residents, transit riders to address the need for restroom access and continue this conversation. Thank you.
Joanne Fields, please make your way to the podium.
Yeah, Joanne Fields from the Asian Pacific Islander Initiative. If you didn't know census numbers, there are 390,000 Asians that reside in the county of San Diego. We are the second large, and that's not including Pacific Islanders. So we're at 400,000. There is no representation on CBO partners with the Asian Pacific Islander community. These groups that are here, yes, we can work with them, but they do not have reach in our communities. So when we talk about social justice, there is no justice for our communities when we're not reached. When you heard the reports earlier, the 16 that was part of a survey, there was only 2 Asian Pacific Islanders that participated. I participated in this listening tour. There's no mention of language access, no mention of language education. I have a problem with that. I've sat here for hours. I even took pictures of Urban Corps cleaning up. So when we want to clean up, let's give a contract to Urban Corps. Maybe they can help on the cleanliness of the trolley. They're young people, they got free passes. So it's part of that ecosystem of having our young people contribute and see what's happening. But I cannot just let this go by and not mention and advocate for the Asian Pacific Islander community. We need a champion. Our business hub is in National City, the second largest city of Chula Vista. I'm looking to our mayor and council representatives to advocate, and then to the east with Council Member George Gastel. You know about my advocacy, and if we have to bring people here and here repeatedly during public comment, then that's what we'll have to do. I do miss the days of Council Member George Stevens. My first advocacy was here at MTS when they tried to cut the lines in Paradise Hills.
Your time has
Please
expired.
take heed and not leave out the API community. Thank you.
Phone number ending in 3731. Please dial *6 to unmute yourself. Phone number ending in 3731. Please dial *6. We will move on for now. Corina Contreras, please unmute yourself now.
Hello, my name is Corina Contreras. I'm the Transportation Policy Advocate for Climate Action Campaign. I want to thank MTS for moving forward, not only with the social equity listening tour, but really heeding the conversations, recommendations, and concerns from communities that have been historically not part of transportation investment. Instead, we have ever wider streets that make it difficult for folks to move about in a safe manner. These capital infrastructure projects are incredibly important. They're past due. And I just want to say that if we're going to get to a zero carbon future that is equitable, we must prioritize our communities of concern. Hopefully there will be more funds allocated for more quick build funding that will continue to move forward the infrastructure needs to have a safer, cleaner, more frequent transit experience. And definitely this is just the beginning. it's important that there is a board policy on equity and that folks continue to have the opportunity to express their concerns and see those concerns materialize with the change in the built environment. Thank you so much. And I look forward to seeing these projects come to life. It's really going to make a huge difference for folks.
Carolina Martinez, please unmute yourself now.
Good
That
morning.
is, you,
Carolina, looks like you're muted.
Okay, you should be able to hear me now. Good morning. My name is Carolina with the Environmental Health Coalition and the San Diego Transportation Equity Working Group. We appreciate all the work that Pueblo and MTS have put in this report and this very thorough analysis. And we support all the recommendations. We're also here to ask for two things. First, we want to ensure that CalEnviro screen is used to assess priority areas for the project implementations. It will set up the agency for success to be able to leverage its funding opportunities with other climate funds. The Transformative Climate Communities Project is a great example. In the times of limited funding, it is important that the agency identify mechanisms to grow funds by building projects that will attract more funding to increase project impact. Our second recommendation is that we ask that MTS creates a consolidated document that includes all priorities identified by riders in the last few years that is used to track progress and builds organizational transparency with transit riders so that we see how all these projects are moving and priorities that transit riders are bringing up continue to be worked on. Transit is a lifeline. When we create a transit system that works for low-income communities of color, we lead with innovation and the best solutions for all San Diegans. Thank you.
The original DRA, please unmute yourself now.
you know, when I was listening to this presentation at the other meeting that you guys had, I was telling, I mean, you claim that this is a social equity listening tour, but through your having to comply with certain things, you are being unequitable because even still, you said that you only engaged with 5 organizations to engage the community, but that was due to the budget. So it's like you're actually, I mean, it's as if the climate is racist and only certain people are affected when it is everybody. And you're not being equitable by asking everyone. But the way that you guys are spending this money is really ridiculous. You're almost giving excuses as to why you're not going to put restrooms out. I don't care if you got to put a blue porta potty, the one that's like at a construction site, that is better than nothing. Okay, but you're sitting here saying that like just for those 2 units that are like permanent or whatever, it's going to cost $252,000. You're spending $10,000 on one trash can. I mean, does that, I don't understand why I'm the only one that thinks that's ridiculous. Like you guys spend money so like you just act like it grows on trees. I mean, even just one of those shelters is $62,824. I feel like you guys could spend your money more wisely, accomplish more things, and actually accommodate the things that people need. I mean, those trash cans, those are only going to work when people put the trash in there. So you're expecting everyone to put the trash in there and that they're going to be worth $10,000 when you could spend it more on, maybe you need to engage with the homelessness and ask them to maybe come and get the trash and you can give them free transit. I don't know, but you guys don't ever fix the problem. You take all this money and you waste it on stuff when it could be spent more wisely, like a mural and lighting. I'm sorry, but that's ridiculous. You could almost get a whole bathroom for that. So it's just the way.
Yara O'Loughlin, please unmute yourself now.
Hi, MTS Board. My name is Kiara O'Loughlin. I'm a researcher and policy advocate with the Center on Policy Initiatives, and we're a member of the Transportation Equity Working Group. The Social Equity Listening Tour has gathered the priorities of underrepresented communities, and we're very excited about the results and really thank Pueblo Planning for putting together such a, really listening to the community in that. But the agency's efforts cannot stop there. We really urge the MTS Board of Directors to continue the work of the SELT by adopting an equity action plan. The equity action plan should plan how MTS will address all the priorities laid out in the SELT and previous community engagement efforts like Elevate SD. We want it to detail how MTS will implement staff recommended projects that are intended to address SELT priorities and define what equity means in transit and create a commitment to equity. We also would like to request that MTS use Cal EnviroScreen to prioritize funding, implementation, and decisions on transit routes, adding or cutting service frequency and general operations and maintenance decisions. And we want to ensure that MTS staff will consistently engage communities that have been historically underrepresented in transit planning. This plan will ensure that the social equity listening tour is not just a one-time project, but that MTS operationalizes equity in service planning, infrastructure investment, and customer engagement efforts. We urge the Board of Directors to take action and ensure that MTS becomes a leader in equity and environmental justice in transportation. Thank you.
Ariana, please unmute yourself now.
Hi, good morning. My name is Ariana Federico Mondragon. I'm the organizing director at Mid-City CAN, and we're also a partner of the San Diego Transportation Equity Working Group. And I just want to say thank you to Monique from Pueblo Planning and their partners that worked on this report. I think that it provided a really good sense of how people who use transportation every day or some days out of the week really want to see a change in how they ride. They want to ride with dignity. They want to ride with pride in San Diego. And I think that's important to acknowledge. I think that I know that the Equity Action Plan could be a really good framework for the board to adopt and for the MTS agency to adopt. A lot of these issues have been uplifted already in the past Elevate San Diego in the 10 transit lifelines. And it's really important to really have an action plan of how we can move forward as a city and as an agency to provide better transportation for folks, especially those who are very dependent on transit. My family, they're really big transit riders. They ride from Southeast San Diego all the way to La Jolla for work, to East County. So I think that this early action plan can really incorporate opportunities for folks to ride with dignity. And again, I just want to elevate that the Equity Action Plan could really needs to incorporate like how environment screening to review like the project funding and implementation, and really to ensure that communities who have been historically left out of the conversations are represented in these action plans. Thank you for your time.
Phone number ending in 3731. Please dial *6 to unmute yourself. Chair, that concludes public comment.
Thank you, Clerk. Thank you to the public commenters. We will now open board discussion on this item. Do we have any board discussion? Member Chavez.
I just want to congratulate you for all the hard work. We see we're hearing recurring issues across the board, right? Cleanliness, elimination, safety, right? Thank you so much. I think this is a valuable step forward that we just took today with all this information, this inclusive information. I commend you for all the hard work and thank you again.
Thank you, Member Chavez. Do we have a motion to accept the staff recommendation? Member Gastel.
Yeah, I'd like to make the motion to accept the staff recommendation. I'd also like to thank Monique and her team for this amazing work, and suggest that maybe next time they could be earlier on the agenda. But I do want to make the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gastel. Member Bush.
Yeah, I'll second the motion. Real quick, we did have this discussion last week at Executive Committee. I really want to strongly encourage all of my colleagues to read the report. For me, I really think it was one of the most extensive, intentional, and just comprehensive outreach efforts done, and it took almost a year. But that's the kind of level of effort that's required in the collaboration. in our discussion last week at executive committee, there was some feedback from I think it was Member Hall. And one of his critiques was that East County wasn't reached out to enough. And there was another critique we heard earlier from Ms. Fields that she feels like that the API community wasn't reached out to. So I think in an ideal world, we could do as much outreach as possible that increases costs. And I think the strategy that you all had, given that it's so spread out in East County, and we do, folks forget that MTS, we do provide rural service. It's obviously it's limited, and a lot of it is it all is connects to the El Cajon Transit Center, and that's where you all did your pop-ups. So that made sense to me. What I encourage is if there's groups that feel left out, then that's valid, that's fair. So let's reach out to MTS and them and give suggestions and solutions on how to improve that outreach. So I think you know, that just that's a potential for improvement there. Getting back to the, you know, I want to continue to bring this up because every funding opportunity that I see where it continues to not get addressed, bathrooms. So I brought this up in the last meeting. I see the recommendation has been dropped and swapped out for an informational report on what we're doing. But I have information from Jose Puga, who's the business agent we spoke to earlier, about the restrooms we don't have access to. Iris Transit Center, Euclid Transit Center, 8th Street, 24th Street, which was mentioned earlier in the report, Palomar, 8th Street in Chula Vista, 12th and Imperial, which I believe we do. I'm pretty sure we have a bathroom here. It could be wrong there. There's some other locations that were identified in Canto, Miramar, SDSU was mentioned earlier. So my question to staff is, could this money be used to open those some of those restrooms that are already existing? I understand that maybe building a new restroom, the upfront expense of that might be infeasible, but what can we do to use this money to open our existing restrooms that we have, and potentially add security, or at least do porta potties?
Well, Stacy, you want to pull up that slide? This will show you how much it costs. No, the next one. Yeah. So for porta potties, we have had porta potties in the public. For instance, we had them at Euclid and we had them in La Mesa. And they kept getting vandalized so badly. You really can't have a porta potty out in the public unless you have security. So that's why we're saying it'll cost you $252,000 a year. So we could operationally put that into our operating budget. For instance, if the board wanted us to put porta johns out for the public in multiple locations, we'd have to come up with a way to cut service or do something else in the operating budget in order to accommodate for that. But that is certainly doable. In our budget going forward for FY24, for instance, the Budget Development Committee wanted us to increase the service back to the levels that we had to cut because of the staffing shortages. But that could be a decision made by the board if we were going to adjust the budget to, for instance, don't put that service back in and instead fund porta johns in the system. Construction of a Portland Loo, I mean, the city of San Diego had experience with this. It's not an easy project, and I wouldn't suggest you could get it done in a short period of time. Yeah, and so that's, if you wanted to, as a board, amend the budget, we could do that in order to add porta johns in the system.
Oh.
But as mentioned, they're not something that a lot of people like to use because they tend to get abused, and it's hard to keep them maintained to a level where somebody might want to use them.
Sure, but people would prefer to use that over going to the bushes or going under public right of way, right? So that's where I think that then maybe what we should do this. So I'll leave I still second the motion. I think we should move forward with this, but I really think that this deserves more issue. There was a suggestion earlier about maybe forming an ad hoc committee on this because it is a complex issue. And I said this in the last board meeting. I don't think it's just MTS's burden either. I think we as cities need to step up. So yes, Lemon Grove, yes, City of San Diego, Chula Vista, all of Imperial Beach, all of us need to potentially partner with MTS and put in more resources. So maybe that is sending our code enforcement officers to assist with checking the bathrooms. Maybe it's us spending some of our capital infrastructure money. So I don't want this to just be an MTS problem, because it's not. This is all of our societal problem. But right now, as the current proposal stands, we are not fully addressing it, and that needs to change. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Bush. We have a motion by Member Gastel, a second by Member Bush. Is there any further discussion? Vice Chair Goebel.
Thank you, Chair. Great report. It's very impressive. Coming from a marketing background, you did a very extensive, thorough, analytical job with the budget that you were given. So well done. My question is, you included El Cajon and East County in the information, but on the map of where we're spending $3 million, I don't see anything east of Mission Valley. Is there a reason why we didn't go east of Mission Valley with any of the solutions, such as bus benches or anything?
Part of it is, we mentioned with the shelters, I'll pull that map back up, is several of the cities, El Cajon, Poway, I believe La Mesa, operate their own shelter programs. So they receive funding from MTS to operate their own programs. We don't install or maintain shelters. So when it comes to shelters, that's a large part of the reason why. And then some of the other projects, again, were identified. The Orange Line does have the Orange Line lighting project, does extend out to Lemon Grove. The bus stop lighting project, we should say, those locations have not been selected yet. So because we need to go through and look at, we don't have a ton of feedback on lighting internally or externally. We may be looking at doing more rural installations for that project, simply because typically more rural locations have less lighting than some of our urban bus stops. So it's potential that the bus stop lighting project could be implemented in ports of that. And then again, our facilities team recommended the downtown locations, because that's where we have, again, most of our trash issues. So yeah.
I'm going to give an El Cajon perspective for just a moment. In the East County, the temperatures can be 10 to 20 degrees hotter in a summer day than they are west of the 805. And so I'm disappointed. I'm told we don't get money from MTS for shelters.
We do, and the city of El Cajon could contract with MTS to, as some of the other cities have, if you'd like us to take over the program from the city.
Okay, I'll have our city manager talk with staff, because there's a disconnect.
I mean, recently we did an agreement with the city of Lemon Grove, for instance, and city of San Diego a long time. So
We'll flush that out offline. El Cajon happens to be 19.6% people live in poverty. That is the #1 city in the city of the 18 cities in the county of San Diego. 19.6% of people live in poverty, according to the U.S. Census. Our area median income is 17th out of 18th. And we do have 67% people of color that live in El Cajon. So inequity does reach beyond just south of the 94. It does also reach inland into rural areas. A couple of comments. The customer service was an issue. I'm thinking of the RSVP program that police have and our ambassadors. Is there an opportunity for a volunteer ambassador program using service clubs or something that would provide a hi, welcome to the transit station, welcome to the trolley station, that retirees might fulfill, because we have boomers retiring at 10,000 a day nationally? Any thought to?
well, we're actually willing to pay those people as part of our ambassador program. We call them now PSRs, but yeah, we're always looking to fill the ranks.
I think what the study is saying, maybe we need to get the word out better, because it sounds like they're saying, we want it, you're willing to pay for it. Now, how do we match the two? That would be an observation. The porta potties, we had a couple of porta potties in one of our parks. Unfortunately, they were abused by unhoused people with problems. And so much so that the porta potty people said, we're out. They took them back. And the contract here is not an unreasonable price. It's about $350 a day if you divide the porta potties by the cost. It's the security and making sure that they're used by really transit riders if we're paying the bill. And how do you do that with a open porta potty? First and last mile is definitely key, not only for existing riders of all income levels. First and last mile is a key. The trash cans, we tried those kind of receptacles and we found trash ended up next to it because they were either jammed or people didn't want to have to use it. And it ended up next to what we've done, which I hope you would consider at some point, is we contracted with a nonprofit agency to maintain the trash cans at our bus stops. Number one, that provided jobs to a nonprofit organization. And it was a lot less expensive than a tank of a trash receptacle. So there is an option, which I hope you would consider, to use partnerships with nonprofit organizations to maintain these, and that would provide jobs. That's all I've got. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair Goebel. Seeing no further discussion, we have a motion and a second on the floor. All those in favor of the staff recommendation, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay. Motion carries. All right, that brings us to our other items. I will waive the chair's report. Do we have a CEO's report?
Yes, just wanted to give you some good news. It's exciting and it's almost to the finish line. Stacy Bishop has been working with the city of San Diego to get a youth pass for all city employees. And we're very close. There's a draft that's already being brought to the city council on June 6th for approval. This means all 10,000 employees of the city will be getting free access to MTS services and will be paid for it. So that's an exciting development. This is the first employer sponsored UPass. We already had one at UCSC funded by the city.
I'm sorry, Sharon, you said UPass.
Universal
I
Pass.
thought you said Youth Pass. I was confused. Okay.
Oh, no,
Sorry.
no, Universal Pass for all employees of the city. So that's an exciting development. Again, it's the first time an employer has stepped up to sponsor such a program, and we're hoping that there will be others that do the same. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any board member communications? Seeing none, at this time, the board will move into closed session.
All right, reporting out of closed session. Item number 22, closed session conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation. One potential case of initiation of litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9 subdivision D4. The board approved a final settlement with the California Employment Development Department regarding a claim submitted by MTS. The vote was 9 members in favor and 6 members absent. The members in favor were Bush, Chavez, Donovan, Frank, Gastel, Goebel, Lepa Gonzalez, McCann, and Whitburn. The members absent were Dillard, Ela Rivera, Vargas, Gloria, Paul, and Montgomery Step. As it relates to agenda item 23, closed session conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, one potential case under initiation of litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9 D4. The board received a report from legal counsel. This meeting is now adjourned.